Shh. I ask that out of respect to everyone. Please silence all electronic devices. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. I would now like to recognize the superintendent for a series of awards and presentations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first presentation is a check presentation, and it's actually, for some of us, the second opportunity to be presented with this check. This morning at 8:30, we had the opportunity to finally put a shovel in the ground and do our kickoff for the Jimmy Graves Sports and Community Complex. This is a project that Mr. Barefoot brought to my attention when he first took the board and said, hey, let's see if we can't meet with Joe Graves and see if there's an opportunity to partnership and bring to life the vision that Joe Graves had for that site, which was to remember his son, while at the same time providing a space for our community, to give back to our community. That land was donated by the Graves family to us, and we went to work. And today was the opportunity to bring to life what is phase one of that project. And just to bring a point of reference for everyone who is listening, that is the space directly across from Vero Beach Senior High School. And we are working on a brand new legal size track and field, which will allow us to have competitions for all of our students across our county, and also attract in major events for the track and field. It is 8 lanes. It is, like I said, an official track, where previously what we had at the Citrus Bowl was only 6 or 7 lanes, and we couldn't have competitions. So imagine your son or daughter making a commitment to join the track team and never having the opportunity to have a home track event. They now will have that opportunity. We're also putting in place an inclusive playground. This is a playground that will meet the needs of all children in our community, which will allow them the opportunities to interact. And this is not just for the school system, it is for the community. Raising funds for this, especially now, has become extremely complex because the price for everything has ultimately gone up. And there's a number of individuals who contributed to this project, some out of their own pockets. And I'm going to acknowledge some of those individuals who were with us this morning as we did the groundbreaking, but not here right now, but I still want to acknowledge them. The Vero Beach City Council members gave us $1 million towards this project. The LJ Foundation gave us $500,000. The Richardson family gave us $300,000. Paul and Jane Becker gave us $47,000, and John and Toby Taylor gave us $10,000. Thank you. Every single time. Thank you. Exactly. And then we began really to explore how can we get this done expeditiously. And through the support of Senator Debbie Mayfield and Representative Robbie Brackett, who partnered, they are here today based on their support and advocacy for all of us here in our community to present us with a check for $3.4 million, which completes in totality phase one of this project, done through a referendum. So this time I'd like to call the two of them to the podium to present us with this check, their hard work and their commitment to our community.
Said, Mayfield, he calls me Mayfield because we go way back. Mayfield, I need to see you when you get back into town. We got a project to work on. So as true as he is to his word, he got in touch with me, and he came and we talked about this project, and he wanted $5 million, and I said, okay, let's get a little bit more realistic here, okay? And he said, okay, well, how about 3? So I will tell you, you have a big advocacy person in Mr. Hart. He worked hard. He was in Tallahassee, and I'm sure Representative Brackett could attest to this because he was in Representative Brackett's office. He was in my office. He was following up. He was working with the school district to make sure that money got in the budget. And anyone that knows the budget process, it takes 2. It takes the House has to have it in their budget, and the Senate has to have it in their budget. And if that's not hard enough, then we have to go through a conferencing process to make sure it stays in the budget. And if you're not up there at night making sure your stuff doesn't come out of the budget during the conferencing process, you are probably going to lose out. And Representative Brackett and I were up there every night of conferencing to make sure that money stayed in the budget. And I tell you, I couldn't have a better partner in Tallahassee than having Representative Brackett with me, and a better person watching after the school district and the good things going on in Indian River County for me than Mr. Hart. So I want to thank them. I want to thank the school board and Mr. Representative Brackett. You want to?
Well, I'll just say thank you for that, Debbie. It's a pleasure working with you on this. It was a pleasure doing this project for the school district. You know, as a lifelong resident, third-generation individual here, that property meant so much to the residents from this area that are familiar with it and knew it back in the day when it was something happening there every single night. And so because of the generosity of the Graves family and the history, the very rich history, and the time spent with the Wilson family and what they've done for this community, I think the joint venture is going to be a wonderful project. And that's why when I was the mayor of the city of Vero, I was 100% behind this and wanted to make that happen. And we did that there, and then took the next leap, and with Debbie's help, or Senator Mayfield here, was able to do the same thing. We keep calling by our first name because we've known each other since 1988. We're very good friends, but it's a pleasure to work with all those involved with us, and we look forward to many more opportunities to do that. Thank you.
So if the board would indulge me, if we all can go down there and receive the check and take a picture, I think that would be absolutely outstanding. Even Mr. Barefoot with his hurt knee. Exactly. Actually, the check number is the same as this morning.
Thank you.
It's nice to receive a check for once. Typically, we're giving away checks during this time. For the remaining presentations, I will turn it over to our Public Information Officer, Ms. Maddox.
Well, and that's what we're going to do right now is give a check away. Because our next presentation is our Casual for a Cause presentation. And for those of you who are not familiar with Casual for a Cause, it's a day when our students, staff get to dress down in exchange for a donation toward an organization that is on our Casual for a Cause calendar. And last month, we had Trio Upward Bound, and I would like to ask Miss Jody Idolette to please come to the podium to receive the check for $2,049.10.
Good evening to the board, Superintendent Moore. I want to first say thank you so much for selecting Trio Upward Bound. Casual for a Cause not only provides the opportunity for students to learn about giving back to their community, but also inform families about the wonderful resources within our community. Trio Upward Bound services students in 9th through 12th at each local high school. We provide after-school tutorials, advising in school, Saturday programs, workshops, college tours, summer programs, and more. So this funding will also help support the mission, which is college access for underrepresented, underserved students. Thank you so much.
Next, we have our safety and security spotlight, and I would like to ask Mr. Eric Seymour, Assistant Superintendent of Student Affairs, Advocacy, and Access, to please come to the podium.
Thank you. Okay, recognizing and rewarding employees for their dedication to safety and security creates a positive feedback loop, encouraging a culture of vigilance and responsibility in the workplace. It also serves as a reminder that safety is a collective effort and responsibility. William Vanzenbold has personally overseen the camera upgrade project, which is a massive ordeal and very instrumental in the installation of our newest security system. He has been observed working on weekends to ensure our vendors have the required information to implement our security systems and modernizing the process. He assists the Indian River County Sheriff's Office with their real-time crime center, access to support our schools, and a true indication of his talents. He has only been in the job for 2 months. Whether it is climbing a ladder, cleaning a lens, adjusting views, or collaborating with the vendor on a highly confidential piece of equipment, William is the man for the job. We appreciate his extra time and talents. SDIRC is a safer place with him on the job. Let's congratulate this young man. Give him a big round of applause. Come on up. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I guess I have to. Thank you. It's very kind words. I didn't prepare anything, but it's really a team effort. I mean, that's with the IT team getting this together with the security team, and I think we're gonna make a really, I guess, high quality system. You know, so thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
There we go. I'm looking for a window.
1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Thank you very much.
There you go, look at that.
Thank you, sir.
Brother.
Thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay, last but certainly not least, we have our STEAM Designated Schools presentation. I would like to ask Mitzi DeRocco and Kristen Bruckner to come to the podium to help us recognize these schools.
Hello, and thank you guys so much for joining us. We wanted to congratulate the amazing STEAM designated schools for the 22-23 school year and the EPIC STEAM teachers and leaders at those schools. These schools have demonstrated excellency in integrating science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. This work is led by our EPIC STEAM teachers and leaders who foster and facilitate the work of experimenting, problem solving, investigating, and communicating. We are excited to recognize the hard work and accomplishments of our STEAM schools for the 22-23 school year. Last year was no doubt a year full of challenges. However, our STEAM teachers and leaders continue to integrate exciting, standards-based STEAM instruction and opportunities throughout the school year to ensure our learners continue to grow through real-world approaches to learning. It is an honor to have the privilege to work with your teams and present each STEAM school with a STEAM banner and certificate in recognition of your collective efforts and hard work, dedication to being best by students regardless of the challenges faced, and continued partnership with local community organizations to further the work this year. Thank you all so much for the time it takes to plan and implement these engaging activities for our students so that they can truly learn about and explore the world around them. I would also like to introduce our elementary science and STEAM specialist, new to our team this year, Kristen Bruckner.
Logistically, we are going to have the principals come up for each school. They'll be presented with their STEAM banner and certificate, and then EPIC STEAM teachers will be identified for each school as well. We ask the teachers please stand at your seat until all schools have been recognized. We're going to start with Beachland Elementary School, who this year is receiving a gold designation. The EPIC STEAM teachers from Beachland are Diane Jelly, Alyssa Johnson, Sam Crisafoli, Rachel Finnegan, Adrian Polverari, Karen Whalen, Chris Sweeney, and the PTA. Indian River Academy this year will be receiving the bronze designation. The teachers from IRA, Elaine Ragley, Laura Bissell, Amy Dalbora, and Melissa Roberts. From Pelican Island Elementary, who will be receiving the gold designation, Jerry Anderson, Katie Bartolini, Jenny Taylor, Diane Lott, Maria Muth, Jonathan McClellan, Jennifer Drake, Jennifer Corey, Kim Weiss, and Kelsey Whalen. Rosewood Magnet School with the gold designation. Megan Stranzen, Julie Carroll, Christine Clark, and Jessie Porter.
Never misses an opportunity.
Treasure Coast Elementary for the gold designation. Anita Stiles, Brittany Thames, and Amy Kalihananui. Gifford Middle School for the silver designation. Joe Phelps, Kristen Knight, and Marianne Thomas. Storm Grove Middle School for gold designation. Joan Martinelli, Kim Bryant, Amber Green, and Whitney Hughes. And Osceola Magnet Elementary with the gold designation. Bridget Bardis, Allison Biondas, Ashley Harvey, Crystal Morgan, Therese Victoria, Beth Wood, April Glazier, Laura Cachello, Jill Osowski, Beth Testa, Lori Van Auken, Jill Bernholtz, Kayla Connard, Becky Davis, Kevin Oberlink, Don Shore, Tess Boringasser, Leslie Kamenzi, Courtney Jensen, Jen Morrow, Kathy Cathcart, Brittany Eatman, Catherine Woodall, Liz Healy, Janine Jones, Yolanda Lucas, Diane Parentella, and Kim Volbrecht. If any of those teachers are in the audience from any of the schools, would you please stand as well?
Madam Chair, that concludes presentations.
All right, thank you very much. As Dr. Moore said, this will conclude our presentations for the evening. The time is 5:49 p.m. The business meeting will begin at 6 p.m. Thank you. I would like to call this meeting to order. The time is 6 p.m. I ask that out of respect to everyone, you please silence all electronic devices. And at this time, we'll have the pledge led by the Sebastian River High School Navy Junior ROTC with Peter Bissonette and Michael Husky. And please remain standing for a moment of silence after the pledge. Thank you.
Post, colors, hand salute, ready, 2, post, colors, march. Forward, march, left, left. Colors, fall, fall out.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence for all innocent victims and their families in the war in the Middle East. Thank you. At this time, board members, we are on the adoption of the orders of the day. Board members, are there any items you wish to move from consent to action?
Yes.
Ms. Rosario?
5A.
And would you
which
please
is
name the topic?
District
Thank you.
Strategic Plan. 5H, the approval of the amended business minutes from February 28th, 2022. 6A, which is the approval of the recommended instructional materials adoption for social studies. And I'd like to add an item. Well, I have a question before I add that item. On our printed form, some of the items just didn't get printed, but online, we have some items in discussion that are not on our printed form, so I just wanted to make sure we are going by what is online.
Sure, just tell me what it was, Ms.
So I
Rosario.
just want to make sure that the library objection process is still there. It is? Okay. That's fine. Then I'm fine, then I'm not adding any other items.
And what number was that, please? You're just adding it?
No, I don't need to add it.
Okay.
It's on there.
It is
It's just
under
not on
discussion.
our
Okay.
printed,
All
that's
right.
all.
Any other board members? Yes, Ms.
I'd like to add a discussion item, board member comments.
I would like to add one thing, just to talk a little bit about the organizational meeting and the timeline for that. So that's the one I would like to add. All right. The chair now calls for a proper motion to adopt the orders of the day.
I'll make a motion to adopt them as amended.
Thank you.
Second.
Ms. Berenborg, second by Mr. Barefoot. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the vote carries 5-0. All right, we now come to the superintendent's report.
In order to have time for our proclamations, we do not have a presentation tonight.
Good evening. We have two proclamations tonight. Our first proclamation is very special to us tonight, the Holocaust Education Week proclamation. Holocaust Education Week is held in Florida November 7th through 11th. So to recognize that ahead of time, we are doing it at this board meeting, November 6th through 10th, not 7th through 11th this year. And we have some very special members in the audience with us. I would like to ask Rabbi Bernholz to come up with his guests. And Rabbi, if you would please introduce your guests to us, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
So it is, as we are here, I am joined by Hannah Daniel, who is the coordinator, facilitator for the Community One Initiative. We also have many of the members of our Congregational Board of Trustees that are here with us. And usually when you come forward for a proclamation, it is something to celebrate, it is something joyous. And yet here I stand before the school board, but also before the community, and this is not a proclamation to celebrate, but it is a proclamation of very powerful witness. So often in our world, we are lifted up by celebrations, by positive things happening in our world, and yet sometimes we also learn from the challenges that are around us, from the challenges of our history. And so this proclamation is about one of those challenges. The genocide of the Holocaust is one of many genocides that have happened in human history, and it is our hope by learning about the Holocaust, by teaching from it, we all can learn those lessons of empathy, of caring, of being an upstander in our world, and taking care of everyone around us. And so we stand before you to share this proclamation for our school district. Whereas the Holocaust was an atrocity against European Jewish people, which was set in motion by the Nazi government in Germany with the intent to annihilate the Jewish race.
And whereas persecution of Jews involved the passage of anti-Semitic laws, public humiliation, organized violence, physical displacement, looting, isolation, incarcerations, internment, and forced labor that led to the murder of 6 million Jews.
And whereas the stories and survivor accounts should be preserved and taught to future generations to nurture tolerance in a pluralistic society.
And whereas we should reflect on and remember the millions of murdered and persecuted Jewish people and others who were victims of the Nazi regime.
And whereas through education, we can learn to respect all people and protect democratic institutions and values.
Whereas as Holocaust Education Week is part of Florida's required instruction under Section 1003.422G Florida statutes, Florida will be a beacon in educating our youth so that all victims and all involved in liberating the survivors may be honored.
And now, therefore, it is proclaimed by our school board of Indian River County that you proclaim the week of Monday, November 6th through Friday, November 10th, 2023 as Holocaust Education Week in memory of the victims of the Holocaust and in honor of the survivors as well as the rescuers and liberators. Thank you for the opportunity to share that proclamation.
Thank you. And board members, we need to take a vote. All in favor of the Holocaust Education Week proclamation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Vote carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Next, we have our anti-bullying proclamation, and I would like to ask Sarah Ainge, Coordinator of Mental Health and Social Services, to come to the podium, please. Our board members will each be reading a line or two of this proclamation.
Good evening, school district board members, families, and friends. Thank you for having me. October is National Bullying Awareness Month. On behalf of Student Affairs Advocacy and Access, I have the pleasure of introducing the Anti-Bullying Proclamation. This proclamation serves as a collective call to address bullying in our community and reaffirm our commitment to promote kindness and respect for all. At this time, our board members will read the proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas bullying is the aggressive use of power targeting another person or group of people with repeated, unwanted words or action, hurting them emotionally or physically, and whereas bullying occurs in neighborhoods, playgrounds, schools, and online through technology, and
whereas various researchers have concluded that bullying is the most common form of violence affecting millions of American children and adolescents annually. And whereas thousands of Florida children and adolescents are affected by bullying annually, and
whereas targets of bullying are at an increased risk for depression, anxiety, sleep difficulties, lower academic achievement, and dropping out of school, and students who are repeatedly bullied often fear such activities, such as riding the bus, going to school, interacting online, and attending community activities. And whereas children who bully are at greater risk of engaging in more serious violent behaviors, and
whereas children who witness bullying often feel less safe, helpless to stop it, and intimidated. Whereas the School District of Indian River County is committed to providing safe and supportive learning environments for all students and employees.
Whereas the School District of Indian River County is committed to training all staff and students on bullying and engaging in a year-long anti-bullying campaign.
now therefore be it proclaimed that the District School Board of Indian River County is committed to engaging all stakeholders, including families and the communities, to stand up to bullying. Together, we can make a difference by promoting kindness, empathy, and understanding. Adopted by the School District of Indian River County on this day. So, board members, we have a vote. All in favor of the anti-bullying proclamation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. Carries 5-0.
Where are you standing, Eric?
One step to your right, Mr. Seymour. There you go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the next part of our agenda is citizen input, and I will read the citizen input guidelines at this time. Each statement made by a member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes duration. I will be recognizing in the order in which a request were received. The time shall start when the speaker is at the podium, and the public information officer will be the official timekeeper. As you will see, your time clock is visible to your left on the dais. You will hear a beep at the end of your 3 minutes. Each person may speak up to 3 minutes at the beginning of a business meeting during citizen input as indicated on the order of business, and for up to 3 minutes to each action agenda item during the action agenda, and in each board member discussion item as indicated on the order of business. If a consent item is moved to an action item, when you come up to the podium, you may speak at that time or defer to speak during the presentation of the action item. People may only speak once about any given item. The time period may be extended by the presiding officer. Only the individual submitting a speaker's form is allowed to address the board. Time may not be yielded to other speakers. During the meeting, please refrain from clapping or outbursts of any sort so that we can proceed with dignity and with decorum by not infringing on any individual's First Amendment rights. I need to remind everyone to direct all comments to the chair, not to individual board members or the superintendent. Board members may or may not address any citizen input statements at the end of all the citizen input comments. As board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens are asked to give board members the same respect. As per Florida Statute 1001372(3), the presiding officer of any district school board may order the removal from a public meeting held by the district school board of any person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of such meeting, provided such officer has first issued a warning that continued interference with the orderly process of the meeting will result in a removal. The first warning is to everyone at this time. I will be calling you up two at a time. The first person will be called to the podium to speak, and the second person will be in line to speak. Speakers shall not engage in personal attacks or abusive language. The chair has the right to terminate any speaker's privilege to address the board if the rule is violated. If you have anything to give to board members or the superintendent, please do this through our executive assistant, Mrs. Morey. It is clear that the board has taken action to comply with the law regarding instructional materials, including library books. If you are here to express your opinion regarding HB 1069 on materials in school libraries, we would ask that you visit staff in the lobby to initiate the challenge process. Finally, the school district supports First Amendment rights of speakers and rights outlined in HB 1069 regarding library materials. As such, some individuals may choose to exercise these rights, which may include reading material with language or content that is not appropriate for all audiences. Knowing this, please make a viewing decision appropriate for you and your family. All right, start with our speakers. Our first speaker is Jeff Bush, followed by Cherry Mapp. Go ahead. You can start, yeah.
Okay. Good evening, school board members and community members. My name is Jeff Bush, and I've been teaching for 34 years, and the last 10 years at Vero Beach High School, and I'm the biotechnology teacher there. I'm here this evening to request the help of all of you, to help all of their students and all of the teachers. No one gets singled out. The school board members are supposed to protect all the children, no matter their color, their religion, their financial situation, their genetic makeup, or their family's political beliefs. Recently, I've seen the exact opposite from some of the school board members, which is disappointing and hurting our school system. Recently, I came to school on a Monday after having COVID. I tested negative, so I felt like it was okay to come back, but I wore a white N95 mask just to be safe, to make students feel more comfortable and fellow staff members feel comfortable. When coming into my classroom, a person approached me and said, "Hey, why are you affiliated with the KKK?" First, I thought the teacher was joking. And then he showed me a recent post by one of our board members, and I couldn't believe that I was being accused of being a racist just because I was trying to protect my students and my fellow teachers. I've given each of you a picture of the recently awarded Nobel Prize winners from the University of Pennsylvania. These scientists are considered some of the smartest in the world and go down in history for their scientific research they've done. In the picture that you can see I gave you, they're wearing white masks. Based on the recent post of a school board member, by affiliation, they are also then related to the Ku Klux Klan. I'm sure they would be horrified by the affiliation, just like I was coming back to school feeling sick on a Monday. It's a prime example of how our school board members can be hurtful to the education process. In my classes, we learn about genetics and how no one should be discriminated against at all based on their genetic makeup. I then do the research and find out where the post came from, and I discovered there were other posts that were also defamatory towards educators. I don't understand why a school board member wouldn't support all kids, no matter what their background is. During COVID-19, there was a huge cry out for teachers and kids to be back in the classroom. We haven't changed as teachers, so why now is it we hear about how we're indoctrinating kids with all these bad ideas, bad philosophies? We do indoctrinate kids. We indoctrinate them to think clearly, to treat others with respect, to not be hateful, not do drugs, all right, to do good volunteering opportunities. That's what we indoctrinate our kids with. In spending your time supporting groups like what I call Moms for Non-Liberty, spend your time helping us. Spend your time helping kids. You all have expertise. Help them with finances. Help them with medicine. Help them with volunteering opportunities. Anything you can bring to the table would be appreciated. We need your help.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Cherry Mapp, followed by May Asensio. No Cherry Mapp? Okay, we'll come back. She comes in. May Asensio, followed by Bob Lipton.
I will speak on several topics today. First, thank you to this board for voting to remove the many, many inappropriate books from our school libraries. By deciding to use logic and common sense, you place the best interests of the children first, so again, thank you. On another topic, several times I heard at last month's meeting the term the local hate group. And I can't help but wonder who these speakers were referring to. NAACP, Freedom Coalition, Defense of Democracy Group, the Teachers Union. And I will not speak for any other group, but if they were referring to Moms for Liberty, and they meant that Moms for Liberty hates pornography and books at public school libraries, hates our children exposed to indecent material, hates parents not having a say in their children's education or upbringing, then I guess with that description, you can call Moms for Liberty a hate group. But Moms for Liberty does not hate anyone. However, it seemed that speakers in last month's meeting may have hated Moms for Liberty. One person even accused the group of making death threats to a board member, with no proof, of course, as it is not true, and no evidence has even been brought forth to the public. They should learn to think for themselves and not just believe what gossip journalists and hate mongers are feeding them. It is not right to preach tolerance, but turn around and preach hatred. Next, through the chair, I want to express support for Dr. Pasca. Thank you for acting with boldness, courage, and making a priority the well-being of our children and not hesitating to speak up. Continue what you're doing. There's many of us that support you, and don't worry, we'll show up to the polls. Do not be dissuaded or discouraged by the ill will that a few are showing towards you. Through the chair again, I want to thank Ms. Rosario for always speaking up for the protection of citizens' First Amendment right of free speech at these meetings. And thank you also for emphasizing that if you are not happy about the reading of the books in the meeting, then you should be happy that they were removed. Now that's logic. Now also, please continue to bring up whatever question or discrepancy in Robert's rules or the law, for that matter, that you have at these meetings, because we have all the right to clarification, and your diligence is appreciated in this matter. And last, everyone here, regardless of what side of an issue you are on, should want our schools to be focused on effectively educating our children in the basics of math, reading, writing, so they can have an opportunity to be successful in life. I want to add one more item to the list of basics. I would like to encourage the board to support the requirement of the teaching of the Constitution. We must instill in our children a belief that the Constitution is the foundation for this country's laws, and we must teach our children that the amendments are absolute and not fluid. The first, the second, the 13th, look it up, and all the rest of them. It was disturbing to learn that the free pocket constitutions were offered to our middle schools and not accepted, and if they were not accepted because of the group that offered them, then you're placing politics over the children, and that is simply wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Lipton and Gregory Ross.
I'm Bob Lipton of Vero Beach, and I rise to address the letter written by Thomas Kenny earlier this month. His disparagement of Peggy Jones, Tony Brown, Kevin Browning, and others was uncalled for. Nevertheless, he made some statements that were true. Nobody who wrote the Florida Board of Education standards ever said black people benefited from slavery, quote unquote. And if Peggy or Tony or Kevin or Kamala Harris or anyone else has ever said that standards writers ever said those precise words, I believe they were mistaken. But just because Thomas Kenny is capable of making a true statement doesn't mean he has any idea what we who object to the standards as written are talking about. Look, I'm going to give the standards writers the benefit of the doubt and assume they meant well when they wrote, quote, examine the various duties and trades performed by slaves, for example, agricultural work, painting, carpentry, tailoring, domestic service, blacksmithing, transportation. Clarification 1, instruction includes how slaves developed skills which, in some instances, could be applied for their personal benefit, close quote. Let's be charitable and assume they were just trying to soften the teaching of slavery so that 11 and 12-year-old boys and girls wouldn't be too ashamed that their ancestors treated people cruelly. I actually think that might be a reasonable assumption. Nevertheless, that clarification nonsense not only gives a wrong impression, oh, slavery wasn't so bad. The words were totally unnecessary. And when the clarification passage is found offensive by every black person and by every white person whom you might think of as anti-racist or anti-slavery, the solution is simple. Commissioner Manny Diaz, instead of doubling down, should admit the mistake and delete the stuff about benefits. Apologize and delete those words. Nobody needs those words, and everybody hates those words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lipton. Gregory Ross, and then Betsy D. Benedetto.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Gregory Ross. I'm a Florida resident of 50-plus years and a current resident of Brevard County, Florida, for the last 23 years. During that time, I've also spent 2 decades commuting to and working right here in Indian River County. Over that 23-year time period, I've watched both Brevard and Indian River County grow from sleepy little rural counties into sprawling suburban entities. I've also watched the politics of this area regress from reasonable to ridiculous. In particular, the school boards of both counties have regressed from embracing the future and potential of education to worshiping the dark implications of the Jim Crow era. What else have I observed in Brevard and Indian River County school boards? I've observed school board members who do not seem to understand science, data, statistics, the very foundation of our society. I've observed school board members who fail to grasp the concept of root causes to issues. I've observed school board members, some with medical degrees, who do not understand or deliberately prevaricate public health measures, such as masks and vaccines. I've observed school board members publicly lie about their words, actions, intents, and historical facts. I've observed school board members who do not seem to understand a school district budget or how discretionary funding works. I've observed school board members align with extremists, bigots, racists, and fascists who hide behind words like freedom, liberty, patriot, and rights. I've observed school board members who fail to grasp that their evangelicalism is extremism. I've observed school board members who do not understand the implications or effects of their decisions. I have observed school board members waste precious district resources, time, and energy on ridiculous, non-existent culture war issues instead of focusing on improving education in our schools for all students. I've observed school board members push radical, unfounded, illogical, non-scientific, and asinine garbage fed to them from undereducated extremists named Jennifer Pippin and Tiffany Justice. And last but not least, I've observed week after week after week, certain school board members put politics ahead of students. Now, one might ask, why is a Brevard County resident here in Indian River County speaking to this school board? I'm here for two reasons. One, to let the reasonable citizens of Indian River County know you are not alone in this fight against extremism and bigotry. And two, to inform the school board of Indian River County and the extremists aligned with them that they are being watched. Their actions and words are being documented, and we will be fighting back in the courts and the polls. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy D. Benedetto and David Flint. Thank you.
Hi, I attended the last school board meeting and was concerned by so many of the public comments. First of all, many of the comments were congratulating the board by the way they dealt with dealing with the books that contain porn and criticized Moms for Liberty's action as a stunt. It didn't have to be that way. Most of the books in which excerpts were read were presented to the board more than a year ago. They could have been removed at that time, but they weren't. Why? Some speakers refer to Moms for Liberty as a group that promotes hate. That is so far from the truth. They support parents' rights in the education of their children. They don't want books containing porn in our school libraries. No one is banning books. If somebody feels the need to read these books, they can go to the library or the bookstore. Calling moms a hate group is actually promoting hate. Why do so many people here want our kids to be sexualized at a younger age? I don't understand it. Then there was those that spoke about the Florida standards of teaching Black history. Most seemed focused on the statement that some slaves benefited from skills learned while slaves. Again, no one's saying slavery was a benefit to slaves, but only that some learned skills that did benefit them when they became free. It also seemed that some want to promote the idea that slavery was ingrained from the beginning. I question whether they would teach how a slave ship was turned away in Massachusetts or the role of the Quakers to rid this land of slavery even before we became a country. Would they include efforts to rid or at least limit this country of slavery with the act of prohibiting importation of slaves in 1808, the Missouri Compromise, which banned slavery north of the 36th parallel, the role of the Underground Railroad, and of course, the Civil War? Would they include the explanation of the 3/5 Compromise to be that it was to be done to curtail the power and influence of the slave states and not to call a slave a 3/5 of a person? Would they want included in Black history courses how Southern Democrats formed the KKK and the role they played in the violence and limit of opportunities for Blacks after the Civil War? Would they teach this despite the efforts of many Democrats who want to revise history and bury their history of repression, segregation, violence, and murder? Would they teach that Woodrow Wilson was a racist? He fired nearly every Black federal employee, segregated government facilities racially, and did nothing to stop the lynching of Blacks. I just hope that those that speak with concerns about the standards want good and bad both included.
Thank you very much. David Flint and then Jennifer Pippin.
Good evening, board. Thank you for allowing me to be here to speak. My name is David Flint. I'm the father of several children enrolled in schools here in Indian River County. And tonight I am here to support a campaign by Equality Florida, Parenting with Pride, every student protected and every family respected. And this is how it should be in a public education system. Every student should be protected, and every family should be respected. I stand with Equality in Florida in calling for school boards across the state to provide guidance around the Don't Say Gay bill and its expansion through high school. I call for a stopping of the banning of books of inclusive literature and of African American history, and to provide a thoughtful and thorough process and procedure for how to challenge materials and resources without uplifting bigotry and without removing books from access to all students. I ask our board to continue to refuse to allow extremist material like PragerU, which was approved by the state for use in schools. I ask our board to continue to resist Florida's inappropriate African American history standards. Our students deserve to be taught honest and accurate history. I call on this board to embrace and act as if they actually value the safe, respectful, inclusive education policy that was enacted earlier this year. I know that 2 of the members were not at that meeting, but it is no less a policy that is enforced by this board. I do want to thank the board for the proclamations that were read earlier this evening. The proclamation of Holocaust Education Week is dear to me. I have friends in Israel who live there now that are in Jerusalem as missiles and rockets are flying into Israel. It is of deep concern to me, and it's a part of my history and concern. And so when we look at that proclamation and we look at how we should remember the millions murdered and persecuted, the people who were victims of the Nazi regime. And the next phrase says, through education, we can learn to respect all people and protect democratic institutions and values. That's a very powerful statement. And it aligns with the safe, respectful, inclusive education policy that this board has passed, but it's not what we see. In the aforementioned social media comments from certain board members, we see disdain for African American history. We see disdain for the LGBTQ community. We see disdain for teachers. We see disdain for parents standing up for their rights. And that is unacceptable, and it's a violation of the policies created by this board and the proclamations said tonight. We need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flint. Jennifer Pippin, and then Ren Robb.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pippin, and I'm the proud chairman of Moms for Liberty here in Indian River County. I first wanted to say, I know I sent you guys an email and complimented this board at the superintendent's workshop. I thought that was one of, honestly, the best meetings in the past 3 years that I've been coming and speaking to this board. So I know I sent you all an email, but I wanted to tell you publicly as well. That was a very wonderful meeting. You guys got a lot accomplished, and it was very successful for the entire district, including the children. I also wanted to say congratulations to the homecoming kings and queens in the courts. Everybody had a wonderful time. And with having a daughter as a senior, we got nothing but compliments from everything across the board, and all of their friends had a wonderful time, so thank you for that. And finally, I would like to compliment the Sebastian River High School Library. We've had a lot of compliments about that too, and again, my daughter and son's friends come up to me and say, Mom, I know you got a lot of those books out of the schools, the bad books, but you got to come see this library. It's amazing, and they're excited about having coffee there and things like that. So I wanted to highlight those wonderful things that are going on in the district. And I also now would like to address some of the things that were said this evening. Everybody absolutely has the First Amendment right to speak and say whatever they would like, but they do need to stick to the facts and the stats of what Moms for Liberty and myself and parents, grandparents, and community members have accomplished in the school district. So yes, we absolutely did fight for health and medical freedom for all students, not just some students. So yes, we absolutely did that here in this district. We also eliminated the LGBTQ administration guide that is now tied to statute that allowed boys in the girls' bathroom, girls in the boys' bathroom, overnight field trips and whatnot, again, for all students to be safe. And I disagree with aligning with Equality Florida. They have gone against the parental rights law, the parental rights in education law, and they only stand for a small portion of students, the LGBTQ community, and not all students. If we're going to talk about taking care of an entire district and all students and all parents, community members, and grandparents, it's not just a small portion. Again, Equality Florida, look it up, LGBTQ students and families only. And yes, if we're going to continue to talk about books, we were very efficient in the local level and the state level at getting pornography, sexually explicit content, critical race theory, social emotional learning, and all unfounded theories removed, not just in this district, but across the state. And Moms for Liberty, we will continue to serve on committees locally and at the state level to make better changes for school districts and everybody across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pippin. Ren Robb, and then Melissa Kells Burdick.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Ren Robb. I'm speaking to the attack on public education. Let me start by saying I love teaching. I've been doing it for over 35 years. But now I'm saddened by political attacks on our school board. I'm saddened by fringe, radical attention getters who are trying to destroy public education. I'm saddened by school board members who think it's okay to suggest that Democrats wear masks in association with the Ku Klux Klan. I've worn a mask. I'm not a member of the Klan. It was an ignorant and racist post. The school board member thought it was funny. I don't find it funny. Do you? Our African American sisters and brothers don't find it funny. Teachers don't find it funny. If a teacher said what this school board member said, that teacher would be immediately terminated. A Palm Beach principal lost his job, as he should have, for suggesting the Holocaust was a hoax. Perhaps hypocrisy and double standards are alive and well in Indian River County. I'm saddened by the plight of teachers. The profession is disappearing. Teachers are being overwhelmed by useless government initiatives and leave. They quit. Well-intentioned but untrained guest educators fill our classroom. This undermines our children's education. Some people say they support teachers. They just don't like unions. They probably don't realize that unions shaped America. Our union, IRCEA, has by far done more to elevate the school district than any government or administrative organization. If you say you don't like teachers' unions, you're saying that you don't care if teachers have a survivable paycheck. You're saying that you don't care if educators have affordable medical insurance and health care. Administrators too. You're saying that you don't care if educators have an affordable retirement plan. You're saying you don't care if your children have a safer environment in which to learn. Because without teachers' unions, those things don't exist. If you say you don't like teachers' unions, you're saying that you don't like teachers. I'm saddened that we're trying to change history. Our enslaved ancestors are being dismissed because it might offend some white people. Suggesting that their enslavement somehow benefited them is ridiculous and racist. I'm saddened that we are condemning our LGBTQ children to a life of persecution, as if they don't already get enough discrimination and hate directed at them.
Thank you, Mr. Robb.
Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Kells Burdick and Anthony Brown.
Thank you for the consideration of a classical track for Indian River County. I reviewed the workshop comments and hope to best address some of the questions raised by board members. My comments at last school board meeting last month received a lot more traction than I expected. Many in the community reached out to me regarding my comments and the possibility of more school choice for parents. I'm very encouraged by the unanimous support of school board members to further explore the idea. One of the school board members mentioned that making this work would be cutting edge, and I totally agree. It's the type of move that makes legacies. And there is a national shift towards classical, private, and charter schools. Even as of today, I've heard about the expansion of Glendale Christian School on the new K-12 campus. So why not go through the public school system as well? Some of the member concerns had to do with non-sectarian schools. The concern here is the promotion of a specific religious sect, and that's a fair enough concern. But the question is more of an argument for the progressive model of education versus the traditional classical model. I am opposed to the teaching of religion in the public schools. A non-religious curriculum may and should be compatible with an attitude of sincere respect for all religions. The philosophy of John Dewey, the father of progressivism, is categorically incompatible with such an attitude. According to Dewey, quote, public school cannot be neutral. It is the church where the gospel of secular humanism is propagated, end quote. So I challenge you to consider that a religion is already within the public education arena. Classical reestablishes absolutes. It teaches respect for all ideologies. Shared knowledge enables us to work together, to understand one another, to make coherent, informed decisions, and it builds communities. Yet, Dewey is the driving force of public education. Critics believed and still believe that under Dewey's educational system, students would fail to acquire basic academic skills and knowledge. And that is where we are today. One only has to look at the American education landscape to see that root to fruit has yielded little crops. Educational standards have eroded away along with meritocracy. The marginalized group communities have suffered the most under this model in education. In this room, the disparities are being aired monthly, yet the progressive model of education has built these very systems of inequality and bias within education. So humanism, progressivism, Deweyism, it's a worldview. Classical education has no need of a defense, as it stands equally with humanism as a worldview. One has dominated the public education sphere for 50 years, and it's failed. Classical education equips the mistreated and oppressed to challenge their oppressors without destroying their own community. Classical education unapologetically warrants the same consideration in the public school arena as the Church of Progressivism. To quote Aristotle, all who have meditated on the art of governing mankind have been convinced that the fate of empires depends on the education of their youth. So I ask you to continue your search for classical education. It's not a religion, it's a philosophy and a worldview. And welcome back, Mr. Barefoot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Brown and Kevin Browning.
Good evening, Board. Anthony Brown. First and foremost, I've said constantly that you are the custodian, you have custodial care of our children. But I'm conflicted in recent weeks and months as we have people, Madam Chair, on our board who are devout, caught up in stuff that's not relevant to our children. They're conspiracy theorists, and from their own mouths and their own posts, they're homophobic, they're sexist, and they're bigoted. But then again, we didn't vote for them. Also, we have a person on our board who was elected to serve the biggest, largest African-American community in Indian River County, who's never met with them, but who's aligned and embedded with an organization that the Southern Poverty Law Center says is one of the most dangerous entities in America, which is in Florida, but this who represents us in our community. I'll digress. I have a document that all of you signed, board members. It's PO 124, and I hope you're familiar with it. It's the Standards of Ethical Conduct for Board Members. I hope you remember it. It says, members of the school board recognize their individual duty to promote and the best interests of the district, public schools as a whole, and each board member shall adhere to the following educational ethical standards. Just a couple of. Board members value the worth and dignity of every person, the pursuit of truth, devotion to excellence, the acquisition of knowledge, the nurturing of democratic citizenship. Essential for the achievement of these standards are the freedom to learn and to teach and to guarantee the equal opportunity for all. You signed this document. I could go through every aspect of it, but I don't think some of you read it. We have to sit here over and over and listen to a dysfunctional group tell us that we benefited from slavery and we're supposed to go along with it. We have to go. I want to know, I heard the proclamation earlier about the Jewish people in our country. How many of you going to stand up and say the Jews benefited from the atrocities that were bestowed upon them in concentration camps? But you want me to be happy to say that, oh, certain aspects of slavery benefited me and I was able to use them. We were doctors, neurosurgeons, we were educators, we were everything in this world before we were enslaved and brought to America. So don't give yourself credit that you don't deserve. We were a people. We had a religion, we had culture, we had everything, but you demonize us and not respect us for who we are and what we are. No, we will not go quietly, and we will not let you ban. Dixiecrats, not Democrats, was what you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Nope. Not going to have that. Kevin Brownie and then Thomas Kenny.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Chairman Dr. Jones. As always, Dr. Jones, thank you so much for your leadership and professionalism. You know, it's quite interesting that there was a proclamation on bullying read. So I'd like to ask, how do we stop the noise and the divide and conquer tactics, the noise of book bans and attacks on diverse authors and subjects to include Rosa Parks, Roger Clemente, Dr. Martin Luther King, and others? LGBTQ attacks on teachers, labeling them as groomers or pedophiles, or attacking diversity, equity, and equality, saying that people benefited from slavery, or that the violence and murder in Rosewood and Ocoee was perpetrated by the black victims, or by not saying anything regarding anti-Semitic flyers in the community. And now some want to bring evangelical teaching to the schools to bring their ideology. Remember, all religions have rights. So maybe we can get the government to put enough tax dollars in for all religions to take a part. When I was at a school, the satanic group came to use the school, and their argument was, well, you have the churches in the schools, so remember which road you're going down. It is so sickening that someone think they can walk in here and tell black people how they should feel about the inhumanities suffered in this country. Going along those lines, I think these same people would tell a domestic violence survivor how it benefited them. Or they'd tell a rape victim that they should appreciate what they went through. Or a home invasion victim, maybe they learned how to protect themselves. We ask you to keep supporting each other, as well as the unions, the teachers' unions, and the support staff union. Thank you, teachers, for your work. Unions provide a better wage and a living environment for themselves and their families, and for the good of the community. Kindness for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brownie. Mr. Kenny and then Michael Marsh.
How y'all doing tonight? I'll reserve some of the other comments I have for the discussion item. I just want to say today I was really happy to see when I turned on the workshop the thing on the Robert's Rules of Order, the teaching. It was awesome. I encourage everybody in this room to watch it if you haven't or you didn't see it live, and the discussions that were had, it was very enlightening on how things actually work in our government, whether it's here at this board, here at the county commission, or even amongst federal or state. It's just awesome. And I want to thank that we do have Sidney here on board full-time now and doing a marvelous job. His comment about the constitutionality of public comment was really enlightening, because we get so narrowly focused sometimes we forget about our constitutional rights. And he very clearly stated that about speaking, to come here and be able to petition. I think that's the most important thing. You know, sometimes we think civility and debate are two different things, but debate can be emotional, it can be important. We have to hear it. And so I just want to thank you for your clarity about the law and everything that you stand for. Which brings me sort of to a petition, because I did a little research through the Children's Services Advisory Committee at the commissioner level, and I noticed something about the Learning Alliance and their quarterly funding for a social emotional learning officer in 21-22. And it really was tough because it had to do with early development, and it was basically the CASEL social emotional learning that was being paid $53,000 a year, this officer, who was working directly with teachers and had a very specific role in monitoring and working with the teachers in implementing SEL. Now in 22-23, that seemed to have changed with the laws handed down through the legislature, which is a good thing. But there was one person that they did run a lot of stuff through here at SDIRC named Randy Grenzerbach, who was the social emotional learning coach. And I want to know myself, does this position still exist, number one? And number two, are we still teaching this stuff? Because a lot of people tend to say that this stuff's not being taught. Well, public records has shown otherwise, okay? And so with that, I'll yield back to you guys, and thank you once again for hearing our petitions.
Thank you. Michael Marsh and then Kenneth Simon.
Thank you.
Good evening. He turned in his form, John Almakachu. He turned it in before me, so he should have gone first. He came from North Carolina. Fire, 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 help! He turned in his form, John Almakachu. He wasn't called. Please alert Jones, or I will shout out. What is that, you ask? Well, that through public records, not complete. And I put my 5-day notice in because there's one problem with these text messages. Through the chair, this was from board member Rosario's phone, but we don't know who the other person is. Now, apparently we have to play a game of wordsmith with the custodian. Now, we do have a lawyer here tonight, and I'm sure after my most recent public records request that the game will stop and we'll know exactly who the person from the stands that was controlling the puppet strings. I want it. I put the school district of Indian River County on a 5-day notice. I don't know what other wording, but maybe we can actually ask the real attorney that we have here of why this is redacted. And I want my refund, School District of Indian River County. I was told it took 20 minutes. Press a screenshot. How long does that take? It ain't 20 minutes. I want my $11.99 back. Thank you very much. Now, if you turn your attention to the other document, I was told that this is not board business. What is this I have, you ask? Well, this is the cool parent pledge you can do if you want to join Moms for Insanity. And on this document, we have a board member's name. Let me read it to you. It actually says, printed name through the chair, Jacqueline Rosario. Title, school board member. Through public records, I have asked, who decides if this is board business? It says, school board member. Sounds like board business. God forbid, through the chair, if it was the chair or vice chair's signature, I would have it in real time, instantaneously. Again, school district has been put on a 5-day notice, and I will send this after the board meeting so you all can see. So either A, someone forged school board member, or B, I ain't getting the public record request. I'm gonna need that, please. Now let's move on. We'll get on to some good news. Do you know what happened at Friday's game? We made sure we were Best Buy kids. Did you know, through the chair, that our superintendent and our Indian River County Sheriff, as well as safety and security, made sure we have metal detectors? Split the cost of $60,000. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what Best Buy Kids looks like. But you didn't hear about it. You know why? Because I'm sure the sheriff and superintendent, they don't have to brag about what they do day in, day out. So again, thank you to our superintendent, and thank you, Sheriff Eric Flowers. And before I leave, unfortunately there's no puppet in the room, Team Moonshot, baby.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh, Kenneth Simon, and then Valerie Brandt.
Although I haven't had any of my own offspring in public school here, my mother taught for about a decade in Beachland Elementary, and the largest portion of my property taxes goes to the coffers of the operations of the county's public schools. So I've come before you with consideration of gaining a bit of cost-benefit analysis of how that money is spent with regard to the educations of these 17,000 plus children under your care. One topic of discussion which was brought to your attention a few months ago had to do with schools here and all across the state falling out of compliance with the law requirements regarding the daily amount of physical activity students were to be allowed in order to refresh and relieve them during those long intervals seated at a desk inside their classrooms. I guess as to why this phenomena of dropping such large amounts of intended physical exercise throughout the state concurrently is that it may be due to student behavior problems that arise when teachers or other adult supervisors are not scanning over them. If children or adults do not have a righteous moral code within their consciences to govern them independently in their social interactions, unnecessary acts of schadenfreude and including violence are likely to follow them. Once again, I petition you to consider some things I observed which seem to work us through such problems satisfactorily over a half-century ago. In the 4th grade, I was appointed to be a patrol boy on the school playground. At that time in that state, the school day began as the teacher would call on one of us to stand beside her desk and read aloud a psalm from the Bible. Then we would all say the Lord's Prayer together. The Golden Rule was written out the first day of school across the chalkboard, and this was taught as our rule for behavior. Now let's compare a certain social situation with or without these meditations and prayers instilled in students. For example, let's say the children are about to be released for an exercise break on the playground or athletic field. One child calls another one a monkey just as they were about to be dismissed from class. On the way through the halls, the same perpetrator calls the persecuted one a monkey once more. And as they are outside without sufficient adult supervision, the same offensive remark is repeated. Now the other students say, "Are you going to take that?" And shoving and punches are exchanged, and maybe even if others begin to take sides, a gang fight ensues. Now consider if those children had the sublime moral teaching of the Golden Rule and the Lord's Prayer instilled in their thought life in their classrooms as part of opening exercises before other activities of the day began. There would be some reflections of equity and forgiveness and of the ethical God who is their heavenly Father and supreme judge of the world. The peaceable fruit
Thank
of
you, Mr.
righteousness
Simeon.
might propagate rather than
Thank you very much.
evil.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Valerie Brandt.
Good evening, and thank you, Indian River County School Board District. I stand before you as Valerie Brandt Wilson, a descendant of enslaved people. I stand before you today, this evening, as a former retired educator in Indian River County who has put more than 35 years in this institution. I also stand before you as a former guidance counselor. I stand before you as a person who taught botany, zoology, biology, and marine biology. So I stand before you as a thinking person, and that's what public education should be all about. It should be about teaching students to think, not regurgitating what someone want that student to know. I have my notes here. I asked some former history teachers, and I'm so glad to see you, Rand, standing before us. How would you be teaching today's lesson in Indian River County? One teacher responded, "I wish I had written these words, but this is what she told me to say. American history should be taught as if we're learning about the ancestry of our own individual's family. In other words, we don't choose where we are born. Like all families of this planet, Earth, there are families that are good and bad. America is good and bad, and we heard that tonight. So to understand where we come from as individuals, as a nation, we must look at both aspects. We are, after all, a nation of multicultural people that have merged through time to become one nation, a very unique nation. My father fought in World War II. He fought in the Korean War. We is what make us strong. To eliminate any part of our history, whether it is the part that is genocide of the original natives of America, the imagination of Italians, Irish, Chinese, and etc. As a segment of our history includes slavery, you cannot erase it, you can avoid it, this history, and
Thank you, Ms.
pretend
Brandt.
it didn't happen.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt. All right, that concludes our citizen input for the general comments. Board members, anyone like to say anything? Any comments from board members? Okay. Thank you very much to all of those who spoke tonight. All right, the next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda items. Chair calls for a proper motion to approve the consent agenda items as amended.
So
Make a
moved.
motion.
Okay, Ms. Rosario makes a motion.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor of the approval of the consent agenda item as amended, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that vote carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda will be the consent items that were pulled to action items. I have a few speakers, so I will keep double checking that so I don't miss anyone. All right, our first item, Ms. Rosario, 5A, District Strategic Plan. I see no citizen input on that one, so I'll recognize Dr. Moore for his report and recommendation pulled from consent to action on 5A, the District Strategic Plan.
Madam Chair, you have two people standing up there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I put in the form.
Mine says consent 5A.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Kenny. And Mr. Marsh, just want to double check, buddy. Any item, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Marsh, and then Mr. Kenny. Thank
Okay,
you. This
no
is on the
problem.
District Strategic Plan.
Thank you very much, Michael Marsh, proud chairman of Mike for Liberty, Indian River County chapter. And, you know, the work is good. Work will continue to be good. And there's systems in place for the district strategic plan. So we here at Mike for Liberty ask that you adopt it, approve it. We're all in favor, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Mr. Kenny.
I want to refer to the district strategic plan and the 2 weeks ago, the workshop regarding the discussion of it and how it came to be a consent item, which has now been moved to action. When I ran for school board back in '22, I really had an issue with the discipline under climate, under the climate section, section 2, and how it talked about ratios of bringing races in line 1-to-1 concerning discipline, because I believe discipline is an individual case-by-case basis. And you're never going to have outcomes that are perfect amongst groups. You're just not. And so this strategic plan, district strategic plan, continues in the use of racial quotas, which is a form of segregation. People say it's not because we live in an affirmative action reality, but when you do something to the benefit of one group over another, whatever groups they are, That's a segregating policy, and it doesn't fall amongst equal justice before the law. It cannot, it is impossible. So to say you're going to move a quota down from 0.31 basis points to 2.0 on a ratio scale in terms of discipline amongst racial groups is ridiculous. It's false. There's nothing equal about it, because you are demanding that the school and a discipline action is looked through a racial lens and not a justice lens. That's disgusting. There's been a lot of talk about racial equality here tonight already, and yet we're going to unanimously approve something that continues a practice that's been going on for way too long. So I would ask that the board change that before they adopt this proposal and this plan this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Okay, Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The item before you is our district strategic plan. The strategic plan is looking at simple updates based on shifts in state accountability as well as board feedback during our last session. The changes or modifications were made based on board feedback. And that concludes my item. You were doing so well. You were doing so well. So to present the item and kind of highlight some of the changes, I'll ask our Chief of Staff to review the item, and then it'll come back to me.
Thank you.
Good evening. Through the chair, tonight I will review with you the information that was also shared at our recent board workshop in relation to the revisions that were made during this annual update to the district strategic plan. Initially, one of the just easy changes that you'll see is that we did a refresh of some of the pictures and different pieces that we highlighted through pictures for our district strategic plan. In addition, based upon recent statutory changes, we ensured that all of the language aligned within the, or all the language in the strategic plan is aligned with state requirements. On page 6 of the district strategic plan, based upon board member feedback and the known priority for safety within our schools, we have changed the focus area number 2 for equity, culture, and climate to safety, culture, and climate. More recently, and a little bit differently than what was presented at workshop, I did highlight it in the revision that you received. We wanted to ensure that we were clearly communicating to both our students as well as our staff that safety, culture, and climate is just important for our students as well as staff. So that particular focus area indicates to cultivate safe, respectful, supportive school and work environments which are inclusive. With regard to targets, on page 7, at the top of those targets, you will see two targets that are focused in on early learning. Previously, we had a readiness target that was based upon the flickers, which is no longer utilized, and we've aligned those two targets with our state assessments that we are currently using. In addition, we have added targets other than rankings that will indicate the percentage of students that are on or above grade level in the different areas of English language arts as well as mathematics. You will see that within safety, culture, and climate, we have moved the FSAT target from organizational and fiscal responsibility to safety, culture, and climate, as that's where it fits best now. And it's the most comprehensive measure we have of our compliance with safety requirements in our schools. At the bottom of page 7, some feedback was given to clearly delineate which ESSA, Every Student Succeeds Act, subgroups we have within our district and that we measure within our district. We have added a footnote that clearly identifies ESSA as the Every Student Succeeds Act, and also indicates the 8 subgroups that the school district of Indian River County has currently based upon our subpopulations. On page 10, you will see that there was some feedback regarding the African American Achievement Plan and why this was incorporated within our district strategic plan. I have provided at the top of page 10 the reference to the 2018 joint plan, and then the rationale for incorporation of the district strategic plan, basically indicating that we are ensuring clear alignment of continuous improvement work, as well as wanting to communicate the district's commitment to addressing the issues outlined through the 2018 joint plan. On page 12, you will see I have clarified and provided a definition of risk ratio. There was a question on what risk ratio was, as well as at our board workshop, there was a question raised regarding the risk ratio. In page 6 of the joint plan, section 6, it indicates that our African American Achievement Plan should include targets related to discipline disparities. So just to provide and put that rationale out there of why that was originally incorporated into our African American Achievement Plan, it was aligning that work with requirements outlined through the 2018 joint plan. Then on page 16, we have slightly modified target 4.1 for the African American Achievement Plan. As you all are well aware, we have a SDRC NAACP work group. This originally was a retention rate target. However, that work group has identified that the key performance indicator they would like to closely monitor is the renewal rate. So in alignment with the work that's being done, this was modified to measure the renewal rate for African American instructors. Page 21, you'll just see that target reflected now in the chart for the annual targets. And I think that summarizes all of the changes that we've made based upon this annual update.
All right,
Thank you, Dr. Jacobs. And just to summarize, as it relates to the risk ratio, it is found in the African American Achievement Plan. It is part of the 2018 joint plan, which is a federal court case in which we're involved in. So this is the recommendation, took the feedback of the board, found the most appropriate place in order to incorporate that information and still be in compliance with the federal court. So this is my recommendation as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. So, board, I will need a proper motion, and then
I pulled this item for a reason.
yeah. I'm going to get a proper motion, then a second to go into discussion for an action item. So a proper motion, state your motion and the discussion, and then we will go into discussion. So I need a proper motion for this. Do you want to do that, Ms. Rosario?
Sure. I make a motion to bifurcate the vote for the approval of the district strategic plan.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion?
Yes. So one of the reasons why I'm asking to bifurcate this is to just separate the targets. We do not have a lot of the information. There is some pending data that still has not been provided for us. So when you approve the achievement plan, when you approve the district strategic plan, you're also approving it with the targets that are in there. But if you do not have the full data for all of the targets, then you're approving something that you don't know what is to come. So at what point will we receive this data? So we're still pending ELA data, and certainly a lot of this has to do with the DOE, but we also don't have a lot of data for the African American Achievement Plan. A lot of this information is all pending here. Some of the baseline information, African American, white, non-Hispanic achievement gap, the graduation rate gap, the middle school course acceleration, all of that is pending information. Plus, you also have the safety, culture, and climate also pending, and then there are several other items. So if you're going to approve it all correctly, or let's just bifurcate it for now, approve the district strategic plan, and hold off on the actual targets until the data is provided.
Okay, any discussion?
Sure.
Ms. Berenborg?
I understand that, however, these are targets, and when you make a target or a goal, you're looking at what do we want to achieve, not what information do we have now. I understand that we don't have all the data yet, knowing that the DOE is just, I believe, just put out cut scores, correct?
Through the chair, what Ms. Rosario is saying is correct. We do not have scores. I can't provide you scores that I
Right.
don't have. So we have set targets based on the best information that we have available. And once they release the percent of students that are proficient in ELA and math, we will now be able to adjust our targets. So the intent was to go back and say, we will update the board. This plan comes before the board every quarter. So we'll have the opportunity to say, when the state finally releases this information, these would be the new cut scores, which ultimately the board would in fact approve.
Okay, so knowing that then, I understand, the concern about not having data, but I also know that we keep visiting this quarterly and we use this for your evaluation. So I understand that it's only fair to you as well as to the district that we put something out there and then we can adjust it as we get data. But I think it's important that we at least start with something.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Jacobs, you want to add in response
Sure.
to the item?
So we did anticipate that this would be a point of conversation. The state did just approve cut scores. However, we do not have the additional information that we need in order to clarify some of the rankings and data from last year. However, we very clearly in this item, you'll see in the public-facing information that it should be noted that FLDOE has yet to release the recalibrated results from the 22-23 spring state assessments. Given this, any changes in spring outcomes due to recalibrated scores will be updated in the district strategic plan once this information is received. So we've clearly outlined that these are not the recalibrated scores. And don't have some of them. Additionally, for things like graduation rate, we do not get those scores until December. So those will not be received even probably at the time we receive the other achievement data.
Okay, Dr. Poska, any questions?
I would just say that the members' points are well taken, and I think it's a good topic of discussion, but I would just vote to approve it, and we can always change things as needed.
And I think with the item as it is written, it is doing what Ms. Rosario is requesting. Of course, she can clarify, but I think with that additional statement, we do in fact acknowledge that we have to bring it back to the board once we have that information available.
Mr. Barefoot?
I agree with Dr. Poska.
I just want to say before we go back around, superintendent has reviewed as much data as we have, and we have a lot of specific information. And the one thing I always think about when you see a target, we may have hit that target, so now we've got to increase. So I think this is a good beginning. We've usually done it like this as far as a strategic plan. I mean, that's a plan that is fluid. You keep moving forward with it, so that's how I feel. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. The goals, it was stated that the goals are in there and that the goals are meant to be reached. There are no goals there. Where there is a pending, there are no goals. It's not even like a guesstimate. So I just wanted to be clear that there are no goals for 2024 in many of these areas. Clearly, there's no data in some of this area. But the only data that I'm aware of that comes late is the graduation rate. Everything else, if we have it here, then why not just hold off until the next meeting? If we have it somewhere and we're waiting for it.
We do not have it. On a typical year, yes, graduation rate is lagged, as is the acceleration component, which is based on graduation rate. Because the state is calibrating the scores for the new assessment, we don't know what a level 3 is. We don't know what scores our student got. receive based on the new scale scores. The state, at its last board meeting, approved the new scale scores themselves, but they're yet to release the scale scores the students earned. So I cannot tell you, therefore, that's why the information is pending. But at the end of the day, this is one of the most aggressive strategic plans that are out there. It is the only strategic plan that is 100% aligned to my evaluation. I acknowledge and I wish that I could give you the information, but I can't give you what I don't have. And I need to push and inform and support the organization towards working towards these goals. So it is a very odd year that we're in because we just don't have the data available. But we're working the strategies, and we will set the goals once we have the information in order to set them. But they're still going to be extremely aggressive.
Okay, any more discussion on Ms. Rosario's motion? Yes, Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, on page 12, where it says target AAP 2.2, decrease African-American white disparities in classroom removals to a risk ratio of 2.0. Thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Jacobs. I appreciate that. I know when I ran for office, one of the things I did was go through the DSEG order, and that met with the attorney and wanted to know exactly what we had to do by law. Or that we were going to have to do because of this DSEG order. So I appreciate the fact that it's in there because that's part of our African-American plan, so thank you.
All right, Ms. Rosario, would you please repeat your motion, and then we'll vote on that?
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay.
So that, because obviously there isn't support for it, so I will withdraw the motion.
Okay.
Do I have to make a formal, do I have to say it a specific way? No, just withdrawing the motion? Okay.
All right, so then we're back to the main motion, which is approval of the strategic plan. So I need someone to make a proper motion,
So
please.
moved.
All right, Dr. Poskin.
I'll second.
And second, Ms. Berenborg. Any discussion on the strategic plan? All right, all in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, the next consent item pulled to action, Ms. Rosario, 5H, amended business minutes.
Have
I know. Mr. Marsh, and then, he's the only one on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Marsh, NAACP 5151B. And I'm just a little confused. I thought we had discussion at great lengths in prior school board meeting as far as the minutes being accurate, so I'm a little confused, but I look forward to hearing more discussion on this item, especially after our Robert's Rules of Order training. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. And Dr. Moore, this was your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was, as was just stated, a item that was brought up at the last board meeting, ensuring that we follow the appropriate process to document the change of the minutes. And I'll ask our school board attorney who looked at the information and brought it back to us in order to ensure that we had it accurate.
All right.
Okay. So, and this was the topic at great length at the Robert's Rules Workshop today. So, 2/28/22, during the business meeting, there was a vote on whether to remove certain books and whether to keep certain books. And the vote was 4-1 in favor of keeping most of the books that were objected to at the time. As I understand it, going back and looking at the minutes and having heard from the various participants, while it reflected at that time, a 3-2 vote, and there were double votes and one person inadvertently shown as a nay. Ms. Rosario brought back recently the issue to be corrected on the minutes. As she stated under Robert's Rules, that particular item would be to amend an already adopted item more after the original meeting at which it was considered. When we addressed it at the last month's meeting, the item was swept up originally in the consent agenda approval. Ms. Rosario subsequently requested to bring that item back up. I was asked what the proper procedure was because it was already part of the consent agenda. It could have been an amendment or it could have been a reconsideration. I said reconsideration, flip a coin, and because you first had to address the matter having already gone to consent agenda at the same agenda. As a result, as I recall, the request to address that item was voted down 3-2. There was at least one comment that I believe was Ms. Berenborg made that said if I had more time to look at it, I would be happy to reconsider it. There, as I understand it, there were two versions of the minutes, one showing a 4-1, the other showing a strike through and underline. The Roberts rules generally would provide for a footnote or an asterisk, and in the margin, given our format, it's what we have proposed is, and actually our secretary has proposed that it be 2 footnotes reflecting that we had the prior vote at the last meeting and that we are correcting it to reflect a 3-2. So at the workshop today, we actually asked the Roberts Rules person, how do we reflect this? And she said that the best way to do it was to say that this was part of a consent agenda the last time. The purpose of today is to make sure that the that the minutes reflect accurately what we're supposed to do under Roberts Rules.
So it's legally sufficient, correct?
It appears to be legally sufficient.
All right. So, Ms. Rosario, this was your item pulled from consent to action. So if you would make a motion, please, and we need a second for discussion.
Let me think of what the motion is, because I think it also depends on where we go with the conversation. I make a motion to approve the minutes of February 28th, 2022.
As amended.
Just leave it at that, and if we go into discussion, because I think there's more to it.
Okay, so the minutes stated on February 28th, you're saying, right?
As amended.
As amended,
Okay.
okay.
As amended.
As amended,
As
okay.
amended.
We need a second for that before discussion?
Second.
Second, Mr. Posca. Now, discussion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My question is, where are the original minutes? So this is why when you said, are we legally sufficient, we might be somewhat legally deficient now, but because the original minutes are not supposed to be altered, we now have the amended of the original, but the original is not here. So my question is, do we need to attach? I mean, rather than, because the question that was raised was about formatting. So,
As I understand Robert's rules on this, and having looked at this, what the intent of this motion is to reflect the original with the annotation. So as far, and I frankly, I think the question is asked is, and I don't know literally the answer, is if you go back to February 28, what do the February 28 minutes reflect?
well, now, what we have is what would have been February 28th.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at what we have now.
Mm-hmm.
But what we don't have here, is what was voted on and approved last meeting.
And-
That one is what I'm saying, should we also attach that one to show progression? To show where the edits were made and edited again or amended again? That's what I'm said, it's just a point of clarity, but I know that minutes are very important. And so if we're doing an amendment to an amendment, right
And-
now, these don't reflect, because we don't see last month's
And-
consent.
And frankly, it was something, as you recall, I asked of the facilitator.
And she said you should redline it, that's all I heard. Maybe she didn't understand.
Or anecdote.
Okay,
Or edit, and frankly, I think you could easily, because the item is before us and it's all of alike, is to simply amend the motion to say that we would attach those that are being replaced by the accurately noted minutes.
The previously,
That what we had amended at the last meeting would be replaced by this.
but just a question, you said right now they are legally sufficient, right?
Yeah, what we have is legally sufficient.
I think what Ms. Rosario is saying is the item before us is correcting the original mistake that was done way back when. In between those two incidents was what we corrected
Right.
correct.
last month.
Right.
And that's the one that's not included here.
And if we included that, then ultimately, no matter which way you slice this cake, we got it all in there.
Just as a backup.
And I would agree that for completeness' sake, amending the motion to specify that, because again, I asked the facilitator that very question this afternoon, was
Yeah.
how do we handle it? And as I recall, what she said was, well, why don't you make it positive by making the motion say all we're doing is clarifying? But I agree that by including that as part of the package, the lineage is clear for the record as a whole.
Okay, so I just want to, so I'm going to make an amended
Yes.
motion, but I just want to make sure I say it correctly. So I'm going to make a motion to add the previously approved amended minutes from our
Yes.
previous meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, Madam Chair,
yes, ma'am.
are you ready, or do
I'm
we
ready.
need more? Do we need more conversation?
I don't think so.
Okay. I make a motion to amend my motion.
Okay,
So my amended motion is to add to these minutes the previously approved minutes from our last meeting
okay.
as a backup.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor of the amended motion Ms. Rosario just made, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
We're Robert Rules experts, one training.
Did you have a comment? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We are good at Robert Rules.
Okay, that vote carries 5-0. Now we have to vote on the motion to amend before we go back to the main motion. We've done that. So, just say that one more time, Ms. Rosario, if you don't mind.
The original or the amended?
Amended.
No, I think we just
No, we're
voted
now
on
to
the
the main
amended.
motion.
Okay,
The
All right.
original is, I move to, I make a motion to approve the current minutes.
You said the minutes as amended.
I'm sorry, the minutes as amended.
okay. All right, and we've already voted on that.
Second.
That's the
Okay.
main motion.
No, that was the
I'm sorry,
main
the main
motion.
motion. Okay.
Second the motion.
Second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All righty. Our next one, consent to action item, was approval for the social studies adoption, 6A, Mr. Marsh, and then it would be Ms. Rosario's item. And superintendent before her, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chair. Good evening, Michael Marsh, Professional School Board Speaker. I just want to mention that this was an absolute amazing process. I spoke about it the last school board meeting. I mean, at this point, there better not be one soul that comes here to object to anything in social studies. Because not only did we open this thing up for a committee you could have been a part, unfortunately, a few dropped off when they couldn't make the chair, but it was a great committee. I got sick and tired of the emails from CNI. But at this point, I just want to strongly recommend that we approve this 5-0, because there is nothing more that could have been done. Now, I really hope that in 3 to 6 months, when the curriculum in social studies, everything's out there, that we don't have the same circus of, oh, wait, social studies, we got a little CRT, a little porn in there. It was carefully vetted. I mean, at this point, what, a year? It'll just be about a year by the time this thing gets approved now. So I just want to say once again, it was an absolute amazing experience to sit on this committee. It was a bit boring at times. I'm sorry, CNI. But you know what? They gave the opportunity, every single piece of social studies. I mean, I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't go to the last meeting because there's too much. But they allowed us to review every single thing. If you want to do elementary, middle, some people were crazy enough to do elementary, middle, and high school. I don't know what they do for a living. But I mean, just kudos once again. I mean, we know how hard that division works, but as a parent, let me just say that again, as a parent, I really appreciate to know exactly what my beautiful interracial queens will be learning over there at Oswald Middle School for the last year that they're there. But again, I look forward to hearing 5-0, and good job, CNI.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Dr.
Assistant
Moore.
Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, Ms. Becerra, will present the item.
Through the chair, good evening. I'm happy to answer any questions about this item. This item was briefed with you during individual board briefings, I think a couple of times. We also did do the workshop on this item as well. I will answer any questions you may have.
Okay, well, we're going to go into a motion and second for discussion. So, Ms. Rosario, this is your item.
Yes, I make a motion to adopt the instructional materials for social studies for 2024 and 2025 school year.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So the reason why I pulled this item is because it was up for public hearing. It's supposed to be an action item, not a consent item. This is not an item that is routine or something that comes to us on a regular basis, so it should actually be in action.
Any comments? Mr. Ansbacher or Dr. Moore?
No.
All right, discussion. All in favor, adoption of the social studies curriculum, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the vote carries 5-0. All right. Our action agenda. The next one, action. Make sure we have that. 11A. See if anybody's down here. Mr. Marsh, it is the request to set the public hearing. We're not doing it, but set the public hearing date for Neola Policies, Volume 24, Number 1, and September update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to briefly, I know every time that we have these updates, I believe the chair as well as the superintendent, thanks those individual departments there. I actually took the time to, not all of it because that's way too much, but I just want to say thank you for all those divisions. We figured out what HCO stood for, Human Capital. Oh, we forgot the O, Mr. Fagan, sorry. But that is a lot of work to go through all these policies and have to strike through sometimes just one word. And some of these divisions, that it's literally one person doing the work. I can't imagine. So just want to continue to say thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Moore, this is your item.
Madam Chair, this is the over 80 policies that we are presenting as they were discussed during workshop. Based on a workshop, there were some board changes that we made. Each of those changes were emailed to the board, and those changes are attached to the item that's before you. Staff is available by office to answer any questions you may have regarding any specific policy.
All right, I just want to read the information regarding this action item. On October 9th, 2023, Cabinet members presented and school board members discussed the new and revised board policies. The purpose of the revisions is to be consistent with federal and state law, the Florida Administrative Code, other regulations by federal and state agencies, applicable court decisions and Attorney General's opinion. So at this time, we're just setting a public hearing for Neola policies. It cannot be in the November meeting because we don't have enough time, so these will be brought back to us on the December 13th meeting. So I need a motion to approve this.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Berenborg,
Second.
second Mr. Barefoot. Any discussion?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There is one item, it is 5782, parent guardian notification and permission. At the bottom of that, first page of 1 of 2, it says parent guardian notification permission. The last line, second to last line on that page says, overnight lodging, comma, whether room assignments are not separated by biological sex at birth. After a discussion with the attorney, with the superintendent, we talked about this possibly changing the wording to, for overnight lodging, comma, that room assignments are separated by biological sex at birth. It makes a little bit more sense. It's a little clearer for parents to understand what the heck we mean with that statement.
Okay, any more discussion on that?
I would, may I?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would certainly support that.
Okay. So in this case, so you're making an amendment to what it says in one of the policies, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you state that amendment again clearly, just so we can all hear it again?
Sure. Well, we're going out to public hearing, so I'm not sure if that's amending the public hearing date.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking for is before it goes to public hearing, looking at that statement and changing the wording.
Would you repeat the wording?
Sure.
Good point, yeah.
The second to last line on page 1 of 2 says, for overnight lodging, this is what we want to change it to, that room assignments are separated by biological sex at birth.
All right, any discussion on that? So we are approving the public hearing then for December 13th, but in the meantime, do we need to vote on this, Dr. Moore, or consensus that we would like to have that change before the public hearing?
We will make that change
Okay.
before posting.
All right,
Based on how you just described the item.
thank you. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I have another question,
Okay.
or possibly a change or an edit. In our last meeting, we discussed that when a form is submitted or an objection is submitted by a parent, that it is required by law now that the book be removed within 5 days until a final word, or until the book is actually reviewed. And something else that we discussed was notifying the committee within a certain time period, so that where the district has to notify the committee within a certain time period to let them know, hey, we have a book that has just been challenged. That is not in here, or at least I didn't see it in the edits. So we need to have that timeline. I'm thankful, I want to thank you for actually adding in that the committee chair of the committee, that the primary role of the chair will be to facilitate the discourse and to establish the timeline of how often the committee will meet. But where there's that gap in between getting the objection and then having that first meeting. That timeline, we all agreed, should be within, and it has not actually been added. So I don't know who wants to talk to that.
Yeah, I know we talked about, but we didn't say the timeline, so.
We did, actually. It was agreed to 5 days, so if you have
Oh, yeah,
5
yeah, yeah,
days to
that I
remove
knew.
it, then it would be 5 days to notify the committee. And then there would be a 30-day window between when the committee would set up
30
the
day,
first meeting. From thereafter, obviously, once the chair sets up the timeline, that's a different
So I'll have
process.
staff respond because they're saying it's on page 2.
So we'll add that in there?
The bottom of page 2.
The
The
bottom of
5
page-
days.
I see the 5 days, but I don't see that's when the petitioner, I saw that 5 days, but that's not indicating the 5 days for notification of the committee? where the district has to notify the committee?
Yes, ma'am.
It just says petitioner's completion,
3 rows up from the bottom.
3 rows up from the bottom. Okay, what am I looking at?
Within 5 calendar days of the petitioner's completion of the specific material objection form, the superintendent or his or her designee and appropriate staff shall notify members of the district objection committee.
Okay, shall notify, okay, but what happened to that 30-day window where the first meeting is supposed to occur? Or within the 30 days, there should be a date set up?
That we sought clarity during workshop, and we didn't I did not hear that from the board members.
So through the chair, if notifying the committee is one thing, but the logistics of pulling the group together, we will do it as quickly and expeditiously as we possibly can. But if there is one book and 9 or 11 people on the committee, there is some logistical issues. Do we buy 10 more books that possibly may end up being withdrawn? Are there calendar issues with the committee itself? So notifying the committee there's a possible date is fine. Getting it on the calendar is fine. But holding true to what, there could be 120 books that we're reviewing, and to say they can be done in 30 days, setting staff up or the committee up for failure. So the recommendation is as the item is written. Notify them within the 5 days, as Dr. Shafty just read, but give us the flexibility to move as fast as we possibly can with the availability of the individuals who are giving up their time, as well as the volume of books that we have in order to facilitate the request.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, so here's where I have a concern, is that your as soon as possible could be 6 months. I've heard that before, and things have not happened until 6 months later. So there should be a minimum, or there shouldn't be a maximum where you can take for 6 months.
So this item now belongs to the board. I presented it the best way that I know possible in order to fully comply with the reality of running a school system and all of the logistical challenges. We will move expeditiously as possible, but to have a policy that has a drop-dead date with all of the barriers and obstacles that may present themselves may mean that staff or myself is in violation of policy.
Mr. Barefoot, I know, I'm just going to hear from other board members
Well,
for a
let me
minute.
just add, please, to that.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be a drop-dead date. Nobody said anything about, but there was an approximate that within or about 30 days, we should have some idea as to when the committee can meet. So there's no drop-dead date.
Mr. Barefoot, any comments?
If you're only reviewing one book, the chances of being able to get the committee together, you can't force volunteers to be available within a time frame if some of them aren't available. That's the problem. And if you have multiple requests, and you have however large the committee is, and this was discussed earlier today offline, it becomes virtually impossible to have a small group of people who are volunteering their time to be able to go through X number of books, whether we have 1 copy or 5 copies or not, however big the committee is. So this has to be written in a way that provides flexibility, acknowledging that there's a book or books that need to be reviewed, and then asking the chair of the committee to set up a meeting as quickly as possible seems reasonable, but it's also seems unreasonable to put a very specific time frame on when you might be able to get X number of volunteers together, or at least have a quorum, however you want to define a quorum.
Well, at this rate, there are some books that have been officially objected to, and that was probably a month or 2 ago. And so now, it's being prolonged, and they're not going to be looked at until January.
But what I don't,
My point is just to avoid the delay.
But what my assumption, and maybe I'm wrong here, my assumption is when a book has been challenged, it's pulled off the shelf pending review.
Yeah, but then when does that review?
Excuse
Okay,
me,
just a
point of
moment.
order,
Point of order,
Today
okay.
in Robert's Rules, we were told to always address the chair, not
Right.
another board member.
Right. Thank you very much. All right, Dr. Poska, any comments?
I mean, we discussed this pretty thoroughly at the workshop. I mean, I don't necessarily think we need to dictate when the book review committee would meet, but I think it would be good if, as a district, we did have a timeline of when they would be notified that a book was under challenge. I think that's something we should have in there, just to prevent unnecessary delays.
And the one thing I would add is that, is what Mr. Barefoot said, when their challenges are off the shelf, so nobody's checking them out anyway. So I think that, and we've already heard that some people may not want to be on the committee, so we're going to be forming some new, or maybe bringing in some new members, I don't know. But since they're off the shelf and nobody can check it out, that's where I'm okay. But I think we have to trust what the superintendent says, that they'll get the committee together and do it as quickly as they can, and then we kind of go from there. Ms. Berenborg.
Yeah, one of the items that I brought up during this discussion when we had it in workshop, one of the points that I made was it is hard because they are volunteers. However, I'm used to, as a volunteer on a committee, having dates that we all agree to at the very first meeting. And we say, these are the dates that we agree to meet during the year. And that was the suggestion I made, that when the committee meets after November, they make those decisions on when their dates are. And then when a book is challenged, the chair of the committee can say, okay, our next meeting is February 16th. Make sure that you review this book before we get to that meeting. So that's why I suggest that, because they are volunteers. So I agree with, it's hard to make a date certain. However, if the committee knows that they have committed to be on this committee, they also have committed to which dates they're going to be.
And through the chair, that is the process, very similar process that the committee established by a drop-dead date. Staff would notify the committee if a book had been challenged for them to meet in the upcoming 2-week window on the established date in which they would meet. If there were no challenges, that meeting would be canceled. So the committee has now been in place for just under a year. I'm looking for like some kind of validation there. Okay, there you go. And now, based on the challenges that we just had, the 2 challenges we just had, we notified staff, committee that possible challenge is coming, and there are 3 staff members who are no longer wanting to serve on the committee, so I'm pushing out through our communication system the opportunity to replace those 3 individuals.
All right, so any more discussion on that point with the timeline? Ms. Rosario.
Dr. Moore, what did you say about the 2 weeks? You said something about 2 weeks. What was that?
The committee itself, not in your policy, but the committee said when there was a book being challenged by an identified date, staff would notify them that there is a challenge pending. If there was no book being challenged by that date, then the upcoming meeting would be canceled. So because there hasn't, I'm just saying there was a very similar process as Ms. Berenborg was describing.
Okay. So then another thing that I wanted to bring up was the form, the new form that just came out from the DOE. So on this objections policy, there was an indication that the form would be provided by the Florida Department of Education. There were some changes to that form from us, not very many. I think the ISBN number was on there that was not on the Florida Department of Ed, and I think something else, which is fine, it's not a big deal. But that form should be here, so it's no longer waiting and pending for DOE, it's now we have it. So that has to be changed on here. Did you change it already? You did? Show me where, because I may have missed it.
So the DOE's form
I think I can read your face.
It's okay. The DOE's title of their template is the specific material objection template. So we already embedded that in the updated highlighted text, that it's no longer a reconsideration form. It's aligned to the title of the state's new template at the bottom of page 2.
On the same 2522? In 2522?
Mm-hmm. We were calling it in our policies a reconsideration form, and we aligned the language to the state everywhere. And now it's a specific material objection form.
Okay, okay, perfect. Did you do the same thing to 2520?
I don't think we cited it in 2520. We said C 2522, so we wouldn't have
So
the.
you would have, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so we're back to the action agenda, and it seems like the one thing that we do want to happen before it comes up in December was the information that Ms. Berenborg stated regarding the bathrooms. I'm going to ask you to repeat that one more time, just for the public knowledge.
All right. Policy 5782, page 1 of 2, second to last line, change from for overnight lodging, comma, whether room assignments are not separated by biological sex at birth, change that to for overnight lodging, comma, that room assignments are separated by biological sex at birth, period.
Okay, that can be done, right, Dr. Moore?
Sure
You're done
can.
that? Okay, and it seems like we have consensus to not put a definite date regarding the timeline for the committee, but trust that once a committee is formed, they will try to do things quickly, and we will trust that that will happen. For the most part, for me, I was okay with it because once you challenge a book, it comes off the shelf. So we now have an action agenda requesting to set the public hearing date for Neola Policies, Volume 24, Number 1, for the December 13th meeting, with the one caveat that will be changed regarding Ms. Berenborg's request. Need a motion on that?
I'll make a
Proper
motion as amended as what we stated.
Any second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Vote carries 5-0. Yes, I'm sorry, but,
Did you say December 13th?
yes.
It's the 11th.
Is it the 11th? I'm sorry. It's the
13th 's a Wednesday, the 11th
Okay, I'm
is a
sorry.
Monday.
Thank you so much. I think November meeting's 13th. I'm not sure. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, our next action agenda is,
Do we know, hold on a second. Point of order, question for the attorney. Do we need to go back and re-vote on that since the date was stated incorrectly?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
go back and vote on that item. Request to set the public hearing date for Neola Policies, Volume 24, Number 1, September, and the September update, which will be December 11th, with the one caveat that wording will be changed that Ms. Berenborg recommended. So I need a motion on that.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Vote carries 5-0 with a corrected date. Thank you very much. All right, the action agenda item next is authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling. I have Mr. Simeon and then Mr. Marsh. Simeon, I'm sorry.
I was just informed about the classical education and being introduced through Florida and possibly in our county now, and I was very happy to hear about those things. And I know that the way it was formed through Hillsdale College, there was a lot of emphasis at that school of civics and social studies, especially with understanding our foundational documents of the Declaration and our Constitution. And also, as they went back, I guess, and through history, they've seen the evolution and changes in public education. I know remembering McGuffey's Readers back in the early 1800s, 1830s, I believe, when the first one came out, it was to teach children to become autodidactic learners by learn to read and then read to learn. And throughout that book, and when he first put it together, he was following a maximum of George Washington, said, let us not think that national morality can be advanced in the absence of religious principle. And he had Bible verses throughout the book, and he showed examples in human interest stories of children helping one another in special sacrificial ways, such as I remember not a photo, it was before photos, but a drawing of a child that had fallen through ice and the others making a chain with their bodies out across the ice to pull the child out. And such imagery like that, along with the maxims of precepts from the New Testament doctrines of love your neighbor as yourself, do unto others as you'd have it done unto you were emphasized throughout the books and in interesting ways of reading. And that was an influence on the country, and they were the best sellers for, they sold millions even in the 1800s. But as time went on, some other things occurred in the influence of public education. And one was a fellow named Horace Mann, who was someone my mom taught in a school named after him in Ohio, and I have a mug of hers with his name on it. But he was an investigator of education throughout Europe from the United States, and he found that in Prussia, their Industrial Revolution advancement was quite spectacular, and especially in their schools, science and engineering were greatly emphasized, and they de-emphasized religious principles. And he came back and pushed that in our country, that we could get away from those things, and it caused a change. But you know what happened in Prussia and eventually became the Third Reich, and in the absence of a religious principle, what happened? They had greater science and engineering than we had. They had the atomic weaponry.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Marsh?
Good evening. This one's going to be a no, through the chair, Dr. Moore. Parents who are looking for an alternative to traditional public schools have an option that fell out of fashion in this country a long time ago. This is classical education. Classical education can serve some children, inspire and empower all students. Classical schools come out of a form of private and charter schools, homeschooling, and microschooling. Now, this document that the individual who brought this up, this comes from the Manhattan Institute. Shocker, guys, guess what it is? A conservative organization. Again, contemporary classical education. Segregated black high schools in the early to mid-1900s offered instruction that was heavily influenced by the liberal arts, but offered both industrial and classical coursework to their students. Now, there's 3 stages of this classical education, and I just want to focus on the logic stage. Students in the logic stage begins to read more challenging works that allow them to put these tools to the test. Middle school children learn the best of the Western canon, studying timeless works such as Shakespeare plays and novels like, you ready? To Kill a Mockingbird. Oh, so Kill a Mockingbird, good here. No bueno in the libraries. Now, this article continues to go on, and it's a great one, but I won't bore you with it. It's on board docs. But conclusion, of course, classical education may not be for every child. Other schools may offer more programs for students gifted in areas such as technology or math, for example. This great article by the Miami Herald was actually written by Summer Brogel. Some of you guys may remember her. She used to cover up here. Now, Miami-Dade schools on Wednesday gave the okay. That was back to June. I want to know what Miami-Dade is doing now. But apparently, this classical, you ready for it? Historical focus on white, Western European and Judeo-Christian foundations and demands more virtue of its inheritance. Hillsdale College, a politically influenced private Christian college in southern Michigan that has had a hand in shaping education policies in Florida. The item proposed by board member Monica Colucci, who was she? You guessed it. She actually wound up working over here in the state, right with DeSantis. Now, I ask you this. Isn't seeking to impose this curriculum on every student, not seeking to mandate it as a norm for the whole district? Instead, it's just as a choice, something for parents to consider, and a way to possibly increase proficiency levels in the district. Something she said was a top concern of education. Through the chair, we don't need to look into it. Don't care what Miami-Dade has done. Has anyone here in Indian River County, with the curriculum that we have and the data we have and the numbers we have here, why do we need it? It's going to be a no. You want religion? Go to private school, home schools. You can have your religion and Bible. Thank you.
Thank you. David Flint?
I love following Mike. Again, thank you, board, for allowing us to speak tonight. Thank you for putting up with all of us. Under this item, one of the one of the points, point number 4 says, explore classical education curriculum, including but not limited to the Hillsdale College K through 12 classical education curriculum. Hillsdale College is built on a number of foundational principles. From their website, they speak about, in our times in particular, we are riven by deep disagreement about sex, sexual activity, and identity. For this reason, then, sexual activity is understood as belonging between two sexes in marriage for procreation. Reason and the college's faith independently confirm these truths and require the college to bear witness to them and to maintain its own integrity of life. The college has always organized its practices and policies in accord with the understanding of sex outlined above and continues to do so as a faithful expression of its mission and its faith. The college will continue to grant or deny permission sought by students and others, as well as to afford the use of college facilities and other assets only for those whose conduct is consistent with the college's long-held beliefs set forth above. Hillsdale College has a history of being anti-LGBTQ. Prager is been recently approved in the state of Florida. I thank you for not having that curriculum being used in our classrooms. But there are lessons, the Christopher Columbus lesson from PragerU, where Columbus excuses and justifies slavery. Hillsdale and Prager are deeply connected. These are two groups who are curriculum writers for many, if not most, of the classical education models, including one being proposed in this action item. Anti-LGBTQ, anti-African American lessons have no place in public schools. They are not in alignment with the district policies, and we read a proclamation again earlier tonight that has been mentioned several times, both for the Holocaust as well as anti-bullying. Either we're going to be inclusive as a school district or we're not. Moving to this type of a curriculum setup is not inclusive. It's also, I question the use of time with Dr. Moore and the staff here in Indian River County. There's so many other pressing things we have to be worried about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flint. Okay, I think that was it on speaking on this item. Okay, the action agenda item, this was Ms. Rosario's, authorizing the superintendent to explore the classical education model schooling. So we need a motion on that and a second before discussion.
I make a motion to approve the superintendent, to authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion, board members.
Ma'am?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, go ahead. You brought it up.
Thank you all for agreeing to this, and so this is just making it more formalized. Obviously, this isn't a charge to actually start a school or a program at this time. It's just allowing the superintendent to explore the options to go out and create an exploratory committee just to see what it would look like, if at all, how it would affect us, and obviously, if it is a good program or thing for us here, then he would obviously bring us in a recommendation. I put the recommendation to come to us at the first workshop in January of 2024 in consultation with the superintendent. So he is certainly okay with that date. Actually, that was his date. And so, as you all know, classical education is effective largely based on its approach to help students understand how and when, how to learn, not what to learn. So there are lots of other styles here and approaches to classical education. Many of that is really focused in on these three phases that are called trivium. They're grammar, logic, and rhetoric. A long tradition of education that has emphasized seeking after truth, goodness, and beauty, in the study of liberal arts, of great books, of also studying Latin and math and science and history and civics. Classical educators deem this ability to think critically, pursue truth, and engage in civil debate. Classical education is not for every child. Neither is automotive, neither is culinary arts, neither is vet tech or agriculture or nursing or aviation, just like we have so many other programs for students. Not every program is for every student, and I think that's the key here, is to have another option of how to reach students in this particular area. So the superintendent is charged with these 9 things, and certainly if you wanted to add anything, but he is in full support of these 9 areas. Again, creating an exploratory committee to investigate what is classical education, what are the goals, the pillars, and the models of classical education. Is it possible for the school district to open a K-12 classical education school? If so, include potential locations, ages, grades, benefits. Explore classical education curriculum, including but not limited to, and obviously Hillsdale College is here, but surely that is not the only curriculum. Investigate and present potential partnerships with established classical education organizations, institutions, or those who create the curriculum. What are the key components to the curriculum, instruction and learning approaches? Hold discussions with the Department of Education regarding the outcomes, probabilities, and implications of our district opening a classical education school. Investigate and present the full financial impact of opening a classical education school, and a full report, not limited to the above, with any other recommendations that the superintendent might see fit to come before us at the superintendent workshop in January of 2024.
Okay, Mr. Barefoot, any comment?
No, nothing.
Ms. Barrenborn?
Sure. Couple things. You know, I like the fact that Dr. Moore has really thought outside the box on a lot of things, and I invite ideas. Sometimes we agree with them, sometimes we don't, but I think it's good to explore all ideas, especially people that come to the podium, we listen to that. The only thing I heard tonight was worried about not disparaging any group. Keep that in mind as we look and explore at different options of things. But I want to go back to something that was discussed a year or two ago, that I mentioned again in this last workshop and that hasn't really come forward. I didn't make it an item, but I'd like to amend this item to include looking at a K-8 school. We have talked about that. One of our schools that I definitely think could expand to a K-8 when I heard today that the property next door is available, so that's kind of interesting, of a potential K-8. A tech high school to go along with our technical college, possibly looking at, you know, Gifford is right there. I don't know, that right now is a middle school, so whether or not, I've seen a tech school in St. Lucie that was 8 through 12. So that's kind of a unique idea. And then the other one is a boutique high school that we talked about in the past. So these are things that we've talked about in the past, and they haven't come to fruition. So I think now is the time, if we're going to look at a classical school, also look at these other models to say yay or nay on whichever one, because I don't think we should just go down one avenue. We should look at all avenues for all kids. And so with that, I'd like to amend the motion to say authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling along with the K-8 model, a technical school model, and a boutique high school. And I already discussed this with the superintendent. He's the one that put the timeline on there. So I'm not adding more to his plate than he asked me to do.
I'll second that motion so we can have a discussion. Dr. Pasco, do you want to say anything?
So my understanding is when we amend, we're not going to discuss it. Is that true?
No.
It's an amendment to a motion. It's a secondary amendment. So there's no discussion. We're just going to vote.
No,
No.
we're discussing the amendment now.
Amendment, just discussing the amendment. Do you want to add anything to that? Okay. Just a few things.
I do.
But I haven't talked yet. I just want to add a couple things. When we talked about this at the October 9th meeting, and of course, we saw this action agenda that come out to us a week before. And when I look at the timeline, and maybe Dr. Moore does agree with that, but that's pretty tight. I visited the Vero Classical School with Mr. Simpson, and I know that's a Christian-based school. He's doing well. I miss him. I had the opportunity to work with him when he was a beginning principal. And when you look at the visions of classical learning, one of the first things it says is think deeply, read widely, and write well through our engaging curriculum and proven teaching methods. And we do that through our standards, and I think we do it well. And we teach students and promote critical thinking. Obviously, we have to teach the standards, but we do it through critical thinking. And then, of course, they have a Christ-centered part of their focus and a community of grace. Your child and family will be known and loved as an integral part of our authentic community and build healthy, lifelong relationships. And one of our speakers talked about that. Building relationships is key. My point, whatever we do, whether it be classical, K-8, or so forth, we have to keep the focus on our public school students. We have talked, actually, a couple boards before this, they have brought up the K-8. We've talked a little bit about that. Very interested on that. We've talked about a boutique high school. You know, Charter High School opened. I've visited most of the charter schools this year, but, and they're doing well. They have a performing arts program that's doing very, very well. And when we look overall at capital outlay and fiscal responsibility, I mean, we're really low in some elementary schools, but the one thing that keeps coming back to me is our pre-K. I went to Trunk or Treat with Brooke Flood last week. We were talking about the numbers that are growing and growing. I think she said adding classes, and about 74 students there are assessing before November. And so that's a big thing. And when we talk about student success, it's that pre-K, getting ready for kindergarten, that is crucial. So I'm very much in favor of that also. Another thing that's brought up by board members is really making our alternative school an alternative school of choice, and that has to connect with career in tech. It has to connect. And I know we've had some discussions on that, but we're at the point where these kids do much better in a smaller atmosphere. So I think that's something we've talked about, but we haven't really moved forward on that. And I know Ms. Berenborg, you know, again, talked about a boutique high school, and whether it's for performing arts with the focus or whatever it is. But I just don't want to send our superintendent to Miami just to look at this one area. Could this work for our school district? We'd have to study it, obviously, no doubt there. Obviously, we can't have the Christian component as the classical school does in Vero, because we are here for all religions, all cultures, all children. So I would support Ms. Berenborg's motion on looking at everything we've talked about the past few years and take a look, and maybe classical fits in there, I don't know. But I have to understand that whatever we're doing, I have to make a point on this, we're doing for all of our students. That's basically it. When you look at, you know, as a school district, when we were elected, I know they use a capital D for district once in a while. We are saying what is best for all of our students. And I think it's more than just one model that we have to study. That's my opinion. Any other comments? Ms. Rosario.
The number 3 of this item is is it possible for the school district to open a K through 12? If so, include the potential locations, ages, grades, and benefits. So if it were in a K through 12, if it were a K through 8, the superintendent would certainly, within number 3, come back to us and say, I recommend a K through 8. It's really based on the exploratory committee and what would be the recommendations. So that would be included in there. The reason why I would happily support a separate item for tech, because I do agree we have not had a conversation for exploring tech programs here. Last year, there was an effort for culinary, not for culinary, for vet tech and agriculture. And then there was a team that went out to Westwood High School and then some other schools, I believe, so that they could explore that option. But a tech school and a classical school are two totally different schools. It's two totally different options. So I think the focus on tech should actually come from the board collective in a separate discussion where we can charge him with that for sure. But classical and K-8, 100% support it.
All right, we have an amendment on the floor. Ms. Berenborg, would you repeat your amendment?
Sure.
Second discussion and vote.
Authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling along with a K-8 model, a technical school model, and a boutique high school model.
It's a motion, I second. Any discussion?
Madam
I think
Chair?
we just did that.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Exploratory committee, I'm concerned and I want a level of clarity before the board votes on it. My intent is to work with staff, get input, whether it's town hall meetings, whether it's going out and conducting a different work group. I get concerned that if we use exploratory committee, I would have to require notice. We would have to inform the public to have meetings. The timeline is quick. I'll be the timeline that we agreed upon in January is fine, but if we're adding these additional items, we need to reconsider the timeline itself. So as the item is written now, if it's still looking at a K-8 boutique high school or tech high schools within the totality of this specific item, then I would ask the board to push back to at least February.
Okay. Doc?
Okay, go ahead.
My amended motion did not say a committee. It said to explore.
No, but I know what he's talking about.
No, but the item itself is
Talking about.
exploratory.
I know what you're talking about.
Just a minute, you could be, go ahead, Ms. Rosario, I'm sorry.
Thank
I wanna
you,
make sure.
Madam Chair. So how about the superintendent is charged with creating an investigation on the following? But you should come to us with a recommendation, so.
Oh, through the chair, and what this item is asking to do, even with the inclusion, is to do an investigation, it is to do research, and it is to come back with findings. And ultimately, the board needs to make an informed decision, looking at all the pros and all the cons and the impacts around the totality of anything I would be asking you to implement. The item may not be implementation. The item will be the findings of what is within this specific item. So it is nothing more than doing the research and bringing back the findings so the board can really have an informed conversation.
Okay. Doc?
Go ahead.
Can I amend the amendment?
Okay.
I'm going to say that authorizes the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling along with the K-8 model, technical school and boutique high school to respond back to the board by February. Is that what you said? Okay.
Okay, I second that.
Wait, what? Why are we coming back in February? What is the
He just asked for February.
Why did you ask for February?
Because it's more than one thing.
We've modified the item to include research on a K-8 design. You've modified the item to look at 2 different types of high school. So we substantially added the volume of work that would need to be done.
So only 1 month more is what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
All righty. We have a motion and there's a second. All in favor of Ms. Berenborg's amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay. That vote carries 4-1.
Now you need to go to the
The main-
amendment. To the amendment.
Okay.
That was the amendment of the amendment.
Right. Now we go to the amendment, and I think that was yours, Ms. Rosario, or was
No,
it
it was
Ms.
mine.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it was to authorize the superintendent to explore the classical model of schooling along with K-8 technical school and boutique high school. I did not put a date. That was
Okay.
the amendment.
Okay. All right, all in favor of the amendment Ms. Berenborg just stated, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, that vote carries 4-1. Now, going back to
main motion.
the main motion, And is that yours or Ms. Rosario?
Mine.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
I'd like to rescind the main motion, make an amendment to the main motion, or rather rescind the main motion, I make a motion to charge the superintendent with an investigation which means we would have to remove, hold on, let me think this through, because on the actual charge, it says exploratory committee. So this would be a question for the attorney. How do we remove the exploratory committee here?
You
Does
can-
that,
You can amend the motion
I
if you
did that with the
wish.
it's just the language in here, because the motion itself is fine. Authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling. It's just editing what is in the written form.
In the written form of the agenda item?
Yes, sir. Show him, Dr. Moore.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just catching up on these several amendments to amendments, to be candid. You could simply move the item as has been amended the multiple times and striking out that one clause.
Striking out exploratory committee.
Yes, ma'am, because I think the elephant in the
Okay.
room is we're trying to avoid turning this into a sunshine item
Correct.
where you're going to be on it for months.
Okay. So the motion remains the same then?
Yeah.
All right, so I make a motion to authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling. What was that language? I'm sorry.
That's
You
it.
said, you said a specific,
No, I would say, but not having any form of sunshine committee.
okay. So I make a motion to authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling
Without
using an exploratory committee.
Yes, ma'am.
Point
That's
of
my
order.
motion.
Okay, point of order, Ms. Berenborg?
If we vote on this, we're still adding the amendment to it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what's on the floor.
Okay, Ms. Rosario's motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Vote carries 5-0.
So final vote is that you should restate it.
Would you restate it then?
Oh, I take that back.
Yeah. Ms. Berenborg, would you restate it
I
because
got
you had the amendment?
The chair should
I know
restate
it.
the amended motion that we voted on.
Okay, I don't know if I wrote it down right, but the motion was to approve the superintendent to.
Do you want me to say it?
Yeah, go ahead,
All right.
sweetie.
Authorize the superintendent to explore the classical education model of schooling, as well as the K-8 model,
Yep.
the technical school model, and the boutique high school model without an exploratory committee.
Got it. Got it, Dr. Moore?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Rosario. Thank you, Ms. Berenborg. All right, our next one is approval of the Liberty Magnet Playground equipment replacement. Staff is requesting approval to purchase replacement playground equipment of existing playground at Liberty Magnet School. The cost of the playground equipment, including installation, is $116,523.21. Price is based on Clay County Schools RFP 1819-2. So we need a motion for approval of Liberty Magnet Playground equipment replacement.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Ms. Berenborg, the motion. Do we have a
Second.
second? Mr. Barefoot, any discussion?
You have a public speaker?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Marsh. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem, Madam Chair. It's getting late. Just real briefly, it's great the kiddos are having new playgrounds. I was at a great ESC PAC meeting. Please attend the next one. And we discussed about the inclusivity for many of these playgrounds. I guess just my question is, does it start with this particular playground? Because I would assume that we want this inclusive to be across the board. So that was my only question. I ran late, so I didn't get a chance to read everything for Liberty, but I would totally hope so. And I implore those who didn't miss the ESC PAC meeting, what we're going to have for these kids at these schools, for students in wheelchairs, it's just phenomenal. The time that was taken by ESC to look into that, because that's what we have to have. This has to be across the board to make sure that these playgrounds are going to be fitting for all kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Okay, we're back to the motion approval of the Liberty Magnet playground equipment replacement. Motion was given by Mr. Barefoot, second by Ms. Berenborg. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Yes.
I just want to make a point. This isn't the first playground that we've discussed this in. The Graves property playground was discussed like this before.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
There's discussion.
Discussion, yes, I'm sorry, I did see it, but I went quickly.
Some of the, it wasn't the Graves, it was the Vero Beach Elementary that came to us last year and was actually pulled because there wasn't enough or ESE
Those are pre-existing.
equipment for students. So a student with a wheelchair last year, the VBE playground or the draft that came to us from VBE did not have adequate ADA equipment. Even though it was ADA compliant, it still didn't have enough for the board at the time to approve, so it was pulled. I feel the same way about this. If you look at the pictures for Liberty Magnet, there's only one ramp where a student with a wheelchair can go up, just very little, and then that's it, and then come down. They can't play on anything else. If they come around through the other side, through the far side of the playground, they have little tic-tac-toe things that they can move and maybe some tactile things, which is fine, which is standard in pretty much all playgrounds. And then there is just one little, I guess, step or platform that the student is in a wheelchair is actually sitting on, but there's nothing to play with. There's nothing there. You would have to bring the child something to actually play with in hand. The climber has sensory events, but if there are kids climbing up the sensory climber, then the wheelchair gets kind of caught. It's not like the climber has space inside for the wheelchair to go in and out, and maybe some ropes or something hanging from the inside for someone with a wheelchair. And I say wheelchair only because that's the most obvious thing, that if a student with a wheelchair is on the playground, they're gonna need the most accommodation to be able to allow them to have just as much play as everybody else. But that's not the only kind. I mean, we have students with epilepsy and autism and cerebral palsy and Down syndrome, and even some of those students can't play on the same playground as a traditional student who doesn't have special needs. So I don't think this playground has enough, has adequate equipment to accommodate students with special needs. I know the conversation that came before me was more like, well, if we put it in now, it's gonna cost a lot more money. Well, I would rather put it in now and get it right than have to worry about fixing it later on. The other thing that came to us is, well, we don't have a student in a wheelchair in that school at this time. Well, you might not have it now, but you might have one next year. Or you might have someone with cerebral palsy next year, or you might have someone next month. I mean, there's no telling, and so if we're gonna do it, we should do it right. If we're gonna replace an entire playground, let's replace it correctly, and then little by little, just like VBE never came back to us, let's do this the right way. I'm willing to make this a priority because playgrounds are an issue. We don't have enough playgrounds in our community, in our entire county, that is sufficient with these external play things or pathways for accessibility on playgrounds. I think when the Jimmy Graves field is finally completed, we will have probably the only one that will be truly accessible for wheelchairs. But for now, we don't. And so at our schools, if kids come first, then this should be one of the areas that we show kids come first.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Discussion for the playground?
I
Ms.
have a-
Berenborg?
I have a question, because I did question this, Mr. Bass. We had people from ESE look into this. Do we have any parents that have children that are, maybe have some severe handicaps look into this as well?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. We've got several, like to talk about several things about this playground. If I could just start from the beginning.
If that's okay with the superintendent, then I asked Mr. Bass. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. This playground is 4,340 square feet. Accessibility, it has 21 accessible features. 12 of those are elevated features. The American Society for Testing of Materials and the International Play Equipment Association recommends 6 accessible items. This has 21 on it. It is wheelchair accessible. It does have the elevated features that it can go on. Those 2 organizations recommend 4 elevated features. This one has 12 on it. In comparison to the equipment that's picked out for the Graves property, the cost of the equipment for that is $318,000. This is $116,000. That equipment has 29 accessible features. This has 21 for $200,000 less. So I'm going to disagree with you, Mr. Rosario. I think this is a quality piece of equipment for accessibility challenged students. You know, big thing that you and I had talked about was a swing. If you're looking at putting a swing station in for a wheelchair, you're looking at $30,000. That is the equipment, the installation, and a tarp over it. And on top of that, it has to be isolated per code away from the rest of the equipment. I can't in good conscience bring a $30,000 ticket item to you guys to approve for something that we may not have a student there for. Also, we have got 2 wheelchair swings at Rosewood that, if need be, if we have a wheelchair student that comes to one of the schools, we can move that. That would be a much more fiscally conscious move. So I think this is a good piece of equipment. I really do.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Go ahead, yes.
Because I asked him to speak on it, but I was actually going to make a comment. Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that you guys did your due diligence on this. The Vero Beach Elementary plan that was brought to us, that never came to fruition, correct?
Yes, no, ma'am, it did not, because what we were doing there is this is a full replacement of a playground. This playground equipment has used all its expectations of usage. The VBE was parts and pieces, so what we plan to do is put in these elements there for accessibility at the existing playground, which is in a lot better shape.
Yeah, I just don't want to keep kicking this can down the road, because you've got kids that are maturing and going on, and they'll never see these playgrounds. So I want to make sure that we have something in place that I feel like we can do financially, and also, like you mentioned, has a lot of accessibility for kids. Are we going to have anything perfect? Not unless we have maybe $1 million to spend on it. But we have so many other things that we have to spend money on. I don't want to not include kids, but I also feel like we can do the best job we can do. So thank you.
Any other discussion? And was, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
The VBE was not bits and parts. We were presented with an entire plan for an
And-
entire playground.
Yes, ma'am, and due to the price inflation and the supply chain demand, the price skyrocketed, and it was outside of our budget.
Yeah, so, but it wasn't initially presented to us in bits and pieces.
Right. But then when we had to go back to re-engineer it, that's about time that the prices really went outrageous.
Anyone else? Dr. Board, didn't you send us an email regarding the liability here and getting this moving to?
Through the chair, I did. I think Mr. Bass just captured
Okay.
that email.
All right, we've had a discussion, so we'll go to the vote. Approval of the Liberty Magnet Playground equipment replacement. Need a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Mr. Posca? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, 4-1. Thank you. Ms. Rosario opposed. All right, the next one is for discussion. Ms. Rosario, board meeting, and Mr. Marsh, you wanted to talk on the board meetings. You're the only one here.
Yes, good evening. Board meetings. Well, my recommendation would be, let's stop live streaming. You want the circus to stop? Stop giving them the audience and the ability to do so. So that would be my recommendation. I'm sure many others in this community. If you're really here to be Best Buy Kids, you're here to ask from the board and to give information, not to be here to be able to put on a show. So I'm asking that we stop live streaming, number one, and also let's look into what some other school districts do. And let me read to you. Beginning with Thursday's meeting, the school administration will limit public speakers at school board meetings. You have to be a county resident, county student, parents of students, or school system employees. However, people who live outside the school district more than welcome to attend meetings. Why would I go to Imagine to speak at their board meeting and I ain't got kids there? Makes no sense. So again, I ask that you look into, or the proper terminology, I guess through the chair, charge the superintendent. Let's look into all the policies of other surrounding school districts so we can get back to the business at hand at these board meetings, and we can continue to do what's on this placard in front of us by transforming education to inspire and empower all students to maximize their full potential. That's what our school board meetings are for, not for out-of-towners to come in here and have the sheriff's department to remove them. I implore for both. We don't need to live stream, nothing per Florida state statute, and through the chair, have a great law firm that can explain that. You don't need to live stream, you don't need to have these cameras, okay? And you don't need to have anyone outside of this county to come in here and invade our school board meetings. Thank you. And there was no time there, so can I keep going for 5 more minutes or what?
No. Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Okay, Ms. Rosario, the floor is yours.
So I wanted to put this on here because I actually wanted it to be a combined item with Robert's Rules of Order. That was my initial thought. So board meetings are supposed to be a space where we conduct board business. And I just want to make clear, and I'm glad that we had our meeting, our training today, that the board, that any decision regarding our board meeting should really come before the board itself. It shouldn't be a decision on one person. So with all due respect, as the chair, your job is to run the meeting, but if there were any other decisions, it would be respectful to honor all board members so that we could have that discussion together and have all of the board members vote on whatever that might be. So if it's, flying balloons in the room, it would be based on the board collective to decide, make that decision. Clearly not I'm not talking about, running the meeting as you have been running it. I'm talking about all the other things that happen with the meeting. For example, what happens out in the lobby. There's a lot of things that happen out in the lobby that I'm just completely unsure who's making that decision. We should actually make that decision since it is a board meeting, or at least be involved in the discussion. If there is a change in the room setting or when the cameras change, it should be a board discussion, not something that is happening from who knows who, which is fine. And you never know if the board members might be supportive of it. It's just a matter of having respect to know that it is a board meeting. So when that gavel hits, it is our collective board meeting, not just one person. So I just wanted to mention that. With regard to Robert's Rules, I thought today went well. I'm glad that we all had that discussion, had that training. It's long overdue for us to have had that training. Robert's Rules actually talks a lot about how our board meetings are run. This is why I wanted this item to be combined. So following what is in the book and really, doing our best, there's a lot to learn with regard to Robert's Rules. So clearly, we're not going to be able to know every single item. But I think today's training went really well, and I hope you all thought the same thing.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. Dr. Board, did you want to respond to any of that with the board setup or anything? Okay, thank you. All right.
It's a discussion, or you got to ask if anybody else has anything to say.
Yes, ma'am, I know that. Any other discussion regarding Robert's rules or board meetings? Okay, yeah, we're kind of combining that. Okay, that's fine, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just confused as to why we spend money on this training. Through the chair, we have a very powerful law firm that represents the school district of Indian River County. For years, I've watched point of order, Robert's Rules was carried out just fine, so I am not sure why we wasted money on this type of training. Why couldn't the school board attorney do the same exact thing? That's literally what they're here for. So I guess just to hear, we always talk about fiscal responsibility, maybe we can hear the community, why do we have to spend that money? I just don't quite understand it. What do we get out of this training that the school board attorney could not give us? That's my question I pose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, school board members, on the Roberts Rules or the board meetings? All righty, thank you. Our next one then is library objection process. Ms. Pippin is asked to speak.
Thank you. So the Board of Education approved the new form. I know that we've already spoke about this, but I just wanted to give a compliment to curriculum instruction for getting that form implemented so fast. We were able to already do our challenges within 1 week of the form being adopted and then implemented in the school district. So I wanted to thank curriculum instruction for that. And I also wanted to let you guys know that we still have 16 CRT books pending. We do have 2 formally challenged, and the others are pending because a lot of them are boxed up in the Sebastian library that were in books, or in boxes, excuse me. So we're just trying to be respectful of time, and then once these 2 books, get challenged with possibly the new committee or however this is going to happen, then we will formally challenge the other books, but they are, pulled from students. So again, we're just trying to be respectful of the time of the committee. If possibly Dr. Moore has to get new committee members, if people don't want to be on the committee anymore. And also a point of clarification, for the critical race theory challenges, none of them are about African American studies, African American authors, African American characters. You hear a lot of misinformation about that. These are critical race theory directly in violation of House Bill 15157, House Bill 7, and the Department of Education library training slide, specifically 32 through 34, that talks about unsolicited theories. So again, this isn't about African American authors, characters, anything of that. Also some misinformation on library books challenged through our district. To Kill a Mockingbird was never challenged. Rosa Parks was never challenged. Roberto Clemente was never challenged. Martin Luther King was never challenged. Carter G. Woodson was never challenged. This is public facing on Moms for Liberty, Indian River, Florida public page, and it's also available through a public records request through the school district. So it is blatant misinformation and lies. And also, PragerU is not in our schools, so I don't know why that keeps getting brought up. Again, we need to go to the facts and the stats of what is being challenged or what is actually in our district. So again, we will be looking at more critical race theory books once the Sebastian Library is through. But again, we need to, remove these materials because they are prohibited per all the laws and statutes that I just stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marsh?
Good evening. Facts do matter. And you know what? There's only been 2 individuals that went through the entire library objection process. This is what we spent and wasted money on. For 2 individuals through the chair, one is District 2 board member, and the other is a parent. So we did all this to appease 2 people. And please, after I speak, correct me if I'm wrong, because through public records, facts don't lie, 2 people have went through the entire library objection process. Now, I'm a little confused because I saw an email through the chair that actually came from our superintendent. It was posted on Facebook by a board member like it was hers, but it was actually from our superintendent. And we were given a breakdown as to all the titles and where they currently stand. But you know what's more important? Because we still didn't find the boogeyman. Maybe it's at Sebastian High locked up in those books. However, what I listened tonight about, and through the chair, Dr. Moore stated, well, some of the staff, they don't want to continue to do it. Now, I don't know why, but I'm going to guess that if the chair and vice chair are being threatened, that probably these individuals don't want to be in the spotlight anymore. Call me crazy, but that's probably why they don't want to sit on that committee. I would love to. Let me know if I got anyone's vote. I saw an MPO. It was great. But again, I don't understand why. And let me do this officially. This is my public record request for the exact length of time, and I'll slow down and we can rewatch it later. I want to know the exact time that the CNI division has spent from back in the Mr. Meyer day. I don't think you read the book. That was great. I remember that day. I want to know exactly how much time has been spent on this. So once again, my public record request involving the library objection process, I want to know the exact staff hours and or money spent on this process from beginning to today. And I'm sure you can't capture, so give me a rough approximate, an estimate, because we did it for 2 individuals. Now I'm looking at the room tonight, and I don't think any parents are in here screaming about the library process. When is enough enough? I just don't understand how much more manpower, committees, staff. This is ridiculous. All for what? For 2 individuals that went through the entire process. But I know we had the seniors come up here and scream about porn, so we got to count them. But again, there's not a problem here at the School District of Indian River County. We constantly create one, and we waste taxpayer dollars to appease 2. And I would love for someone to correct me, because public records are cool. And per public records, 2 people went through the entire process. I wait to hear if I'm incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario, the discussion item is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. It doesn't matter whether it's 2, 20, or 200. It is law, and it has to be implemented. It is law, and it has to be something that we adopt, and the process has to be adhered to. And so that's all I'm going to say about that. We also have 80 policies that we have approved tonight for public hearing. Many of those, we don't see the light of day. We, as a board, don't see the light of day on many of those for many items. It doesn't mean that we're not supposed to have them. So we are still required by law to adhere to the law. So with the library objection process, I will say that one of the things that I realized that have come to my attention is that in the lobby, there is, and I don't know if it's still happening or if it was, there was an intent to object to material form that is not part of our process. We now have the official form from the DOE, so this cannot continue.
Dr. Moore, response?
Through the chair, that's an opportunity to initiate that process itself.
But this is not the form. So we now have an official form from the DOE?
Correct, and that is a form that we're using and will continue to use in the lobby.
No, this is not the form. You are not using and continuing to use the same form that you're not supposed to use.
Just a moment, please. Go ahead, Dr. Moore.
We will use the appropriately approved form, not the form that you're waving around.
Okay, so this is no longer going to be in existence. That's what I'm hearing?
You are correct.
Okay, correct.
It was already, okay, never mind.
No, it wasn't, because the form we just got the form from the DOE.
Correct, and that's what was out there today.
I just want to make sure that this form is not going to be used. That's all.
You're good.
Okay. And then the other thing is, let me get my notes here. So can we update the website? Like, I know that when we go on our website, the search bar just doesn't do anything. But when we go on our website, I know that there is a place there. Let me get there. Let me get there. So there is a place on the on the right side that says media materials. I think it says instructional and library and media materials. So when you're on another form, when you're on another page and you forget if somebody doesn't see it, if it's missed, when you put in the search bar, library books or library form or objection form, none of that shows up. So can we do some searches? Can we, do something with the IT that they understand that the searches in the search bar will pull up the same item?
Through the chair, I'm not sure what the ask is, and I think if we're
The
going to,
search bar is not working.
so is it the desire of the board to review the search bar?
No, it's not an action item. I'm just telling you, the search bar is not working.
Got it.
The search bar needs to be fixed, keywords, doesn't matter what it is that you put in there. You can put anything in there, it almost never shows the item that you're looking for.
Okay. Any other discussion on that item, Ms. Berenborg?
Are you directing the superintendent to do that?
That's not a direction, that's not a directive.
Okay.
I'm telling him it needs to be fixed, but that's not a directive.
Okay, well, he can look into it, but I believe you.
I'm sorry, aren't you supposed to talk directly to the
Right,
chair?
it's all right, thank you, go ahead.
Dr. Jones, I believe today, Board Member Rosario stated that not one board member can direct the superintendent. The board corporate needs to decide on that.
Okay, this is a discussion item, so it's really not a
Thank you.
vote.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. All right, anything else on that item, Ms. Rosario?
Yeah,
No, that
I'm
was
sorry,
it.
Dr.
Oh,
Costa.
sorry.
I just plugged a few keywords into the search bar, and it appears it's down. There's something wrong
wait a
with
minute,
it.
we got something.
Oh, we got something.
It takes a little bit
Okay.
of time.
Well, they can look at it, I guess.
All right, any other discussion on that item? All right, the next discussion is my item, civility and concerns in community. Mr. Kenny wanted to speak? Mr. Kenny, I'm sorry, and then Mr. Marsh.
I was just trying to be civil, give him a chance to change his T-shirt.
Please, thank you.
I'm here about civility because, one of the things civility requires, and we're a little punch drunk here because it's a long night, there's a good football game on, is truth. Civility requires truth. Earlier this evening, someone mentioned that I made something disparaging in regards to the NAACP in my email I sent you guys, and it was basically about the whole political stance of the issues surrounding the social studies, African American social studies stuff. The vice president made a false statement about it in front of a power attorney, Benjamin Crump, for the NAACP, who is currently threatening the DeSantis administration with a lawsuit over their removal of the college AP course, which said the same thing as the Florida course said. The editorial position of the TC Palm, I showed you guys 3 links. Actually, the editorial board originally wrote it on 9/8/23 in regards to the August 28th meeting. And when an editorial board writes the position that slaves benefit from slavery, quote unquote, that's what it says, that becomes the position of the whole paper regardless. And even if the author will come and change that and say, no, it doesn't really say that, they say, well, this is our editorial position, and they change it back. So they change it to a false statement. Now you say, how do you know that, Thomas? Look, hey, I did 15, 20 years of media. I know how this stuff works. It was my professional job. So you have a political group in the NAACP going after the DeSantis administration, all of a sudden on doing 180 degrees out of phase. This was all a political thing, and it cost our civility here. And that's where you have to start. As educators, all of you, you're a doctor, very educated, 50 years education, 40 years education, 30 years education, financier, very educated man, yourself, of course. Everyone can look at the English and diagram the sentence and go, that's not what it says, despite all the political nonsense we see in our press where people are taking sides. This is how you become civil. The books are another example. Now, Moms for Liberty came here and read excerpts from all these books, but we challenged a lot of these books back in February. We were given a runaround and a bureaucratic shift, which is currently in court. And people said, well, things got uncivil. It would have been civil if you just did the truth from the get-go.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Mr. Marsh?
A handout, please, if I can bring it to the secretary.
Yes. Shh, please.
I wasn't talking to you, ma'am.
Please, come on, let's go. We don't want to have that, please.
Sorry, he was being mean. Thank you.
It's all right. Please be.
Sorry, I didn't have enough, Dr. Moore. Good evening. Civility. Well, let's first talk about the definition. Formal politeness and courtesy in behavior or speech. Well, unfortunately, once again, through the chair, Board Member Posca decides that this tweet is okay. Through the chair, I can't read it all because you explained to us what we could and could not say because kids are listening. So I will not say the word that you can see in front of you. But in this little comic that's so funny, put your in my mouth. Sir, you can't read porn here. It's for children only. That's what's funny through the chair. Once again, we went from KKK, those bad Democrats, and now once again that we can have the book Genderqueer being exhibited in this little cartoon. How disgusting. Now I don't know about you, that doesn't sound like nice, courtesy, good behavior or speech for a sitting board member's Twitter account. When is enough enough? This wasn't in 21 or 22 before this school board member was here. This was just on 9/13, a little over a month ago. So we went from the KKK to bashing LGBTQ to making fun about porn being in the libraries, apparently. That's disgusting. Civility. Now, civility doesn't involve the constant, what we keep hearing about slaves benefited. It was so great. So we will continue, even though it's not on the agenda, because it's going to sneak back up that same item. That is not civility. To constantly talk about that we're going to teach this. So we're going to continue to come here, and we're going to continue to state that it's foolish to think that a teacher can teach how slaves benefited. Now again, when we talk about concerns in our community, and it was brought up tonight in the anti-bullying, aggressive use of power. Now, answer this question. Do you think it's civil? And let's talk about concerns. When school board members align themselves with partisan hate groups in our county, is that civil? Absolutely not. Is it a concern from the community? Yes, it is. It's a concern from many groups, but I guess we target the NAACP, so we'll bring them up. It's not just NAACP, it's all of us. We're sick and tired of looking at this garbage from sitting school board members. But you know who did respond through the chair? Not Mr. Posca. Through the chair, Ms. Rosario responded and said, thank you for being on the same page about the books. It's not about the books. Yes, those particular books through the chair, Ms. Rosario referenced, are disgusting. But this conduct of a school board member is worse than the trash that she recited as the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. All right. Hey.
Hey, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. I heard it. Thank
Okay,
you
I
very
didn't know if
much.
you heard it.
That's your warning.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I brought this up for a few reasons. Just go with the history of what I've gone through. 4 or 5 groups or committees have started in this county, or they kind of regrouped, if you will, because what they have seen at Indian River County with a few items just says that's not who we are. And many of you know I've been here over 40 years. Some of these stem from the August 28th meeting where a disruptor was brought in, and some of them started from the African American standards, and some just in general because of political issues in our nation and how people were treated. The Truth and Justice Committee with the Presbyterian Church asked me to join. They're a very positive group, and they're always saying, what can they do for the community? Unitarian Universal Church asked me to come in on their meeting after the African American standards that actually say that slaves benefited. Rabbi Bernholz, who was here tonight, invited me to the Be Kind meeting. The last time we had a workshop, I could not go, but my husband attended. And then the Center for Spiritual Care is starting some dinner dialogue where you just sit and discuss and listen instead of anger and threats. They're going to try to do a proclamation at the county commissioners on being kind and stop the hate. And after they do that, I will propose that to Dr. Moore. Faith in Florida is joining in. NAACP Youth Group has started again, and they're working with their students to keep involved. I think some of them asked me to attend because of what they saw that people are facing. Also, a really good group that met this Saturday was AAUW with Sheriff Flowers and several of his people, just talking about mental health and guns and what's happening in our community. And then one of my people I really admire, past president at IRSC, Dr. Massey, and I talked last week. He said, is a great quote, never lose sight of the value of K-12 education. Don't ever get diverted. And I think sometimes we have to be careful of that. You know, civility is important, and we've said before, you can always disagree with respect. But I think when we're at the board here, we have to set a standard for our community. One of our policies, I believe it's 0018, says no one should have personal or political gain within our position. We are here for all students, and we must remain focused on that, not partisan politics. And we need to be the model. I attended one of the first African American Student Council meetings at Vero Beach High School. I was invited by Mr. Hart, and this was a strong and powerful group. They were also in the homecoming parade, and they were feeling a little bit marginalized with some laws. I will be going to the Gay Straight Alliance Club tomorrow at Sebastian River High School. I saw them at the homecoming parade. They are feeling marginalized. I don't know what we can do as far as, you know, a proclamation. We could take a look at what's happening. Maybe the board would want to create one, but I just think it's very, very important when we're here in the meetings to always, always show respect. I mean, some of the consequences after the August 28th meeting were very hard on myself and my family. But I always want to try to stay above that and keep the focus on our students. And this was just for me a reminder to say, listen, we've got some tough decisions to make. We have some new state statutes, new laws we have to follow. That's not an issue. But even when we sit up here and every word we say, we're being watched. Every word we say. You know, one thing as a principal, I'd always say, oh, I'm probably going to make a mistake today. There's 2,000 students and about 200 staff members, but I always hoped that I didn't ever hurt a child in a mistake that I would make. If I did, I'd own it and move forward and apologize. But it's just something I just wanted to bring up because we, you know, kind of gone through this last couple months. And these community organizations, some have already started, but some were starting anew, and some were just discussing what's been happening. So I think the most important thing we can do for our children and our administrators and our support staff, our districts, everybody, we can model what we expect. And you know, there are people who come up here and say something I might not agree with, but when they say it with no, I guess, vengeance or anything, it's important to me. It's truly important to me. So I just wanted to bring this up, and Dr. Moore, maybe once they do that proclamation, they're getting on schedule now for the county commissions. Hopefully we can do one and continue that. County commissions, school board, any other important factors in this community. So that's any other discussion. That was my discussion. Anybody else? Okay. No one? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll make a comment. You know, I think it's big of a person to apologize when they're wrong. And I think some of the actions that we are taking as leaders are reflecting on the entire board. And I think sometimes people need to look at the actions of what they do personally and say, how will this affect the entire board? If you're part of this team, you're part of the team. And I think that we need to look at that and say, no, my time's not up. We need to look at that and say, you know what? I'm going to apologize to my board members for my behavior. And I think sometimes people, you know, apologies can be accepted and we can move on. And I think, you know, we've gone through a lot of turmoil in the last year, especially. And when we have tweets that are going out, stuff like this, it saddens me because it brings us farther apart as a team. And I say a team because we're supposed to, if you went to your training for school board, you know, you own it, even if you don't vote with it. It's not they voted for it, it's the board, and I'm part of the board voted for it. People can go back and look in the camera and watch, see if you voted or not. And I guess that's why we're so particular with our minutes. But, you know, this stuff is, I'm part of this board. And I don't want to own stuff like that. I want to be civil and professional and be a part of a professional board that behaves. And I'm asking my fellow board members to do the same.
Anyone else?
Sure, I'll make a comment. So a speaker brought up a tweet about a father going into a board meeting for a school board and trying to read a book and being told by staff and teachers that he couldn't read it. But those same teachers also and the staff still want it in the school libraries. This isn't because it's funny. This is because this happened. This is a historical document, and it happened in this county. So it's not funny. And that's why the books were removed.
All right,
So,
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Posca. The next one is, okay on that one? Next one is mine on promotion of public schools. I've already talked about that a little bit, so this is just a short note. When we were talking about classical school, and I said, let's look at the other things we've talked about before with either the K-8 or the boutique high school, or the alternative center with a real career tech model. Only thing I would add to that is, you know, obviously with our vouchers that are out there with our parents now, that they can access the vouchers, you know, there's real competition. And Dr. Moore, can you let us know where are we on the FTE October as far as gaining or losing? Because that's important for finance.
Through the chair, we're about 280 students more this year in comparison to the previous year's FD at the same time.
Okay, good.
So we're growing in students.
And when we were, as a principal, you always kind of were worried about that count in October, because you could lose a teacher, and that changes so many things. But it just, again, just to reiterate that when we look for things, whether it be classical or K-8 or boutique or upping that alternative, that we, you know, keep in mind what is best for all of our students, because, you know, that's our job as far as, I think it's policy 0018, it says the responsibility of education for these students lies with the board, and that is a huge, huge responsibility. Any comments on that? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, sir, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I will defer, but I do want to speak for the board member comments that was added, please, for the next one.
All right, FADS ethic training is my next one. All I wanted to do was remind people that that's due by December. Certainly won't go into that. It's 4 hours of training. And sometimes I think, oh, I've seen this the last couple of years, but they have really good information this time on social media. They have good information on, that was a big one. That was the one that I learned quite a bit from as far as social media. And Ms. Beerborg, I know you've taken that. Anything else you want to add to that?
Mine's already filed and
No, I did
sent,
that too.
and I know that you have to do that. It has to go to Dorian, so please get your ethics training done, and please pay attention to it. They are funny this year with their hats and all, but, and I have heard it, I don't know how many years now, 7+ when I was a principal and all that. It's been updated to the new laws, and we are under those laws. And when you put out stuff on social media, you're susceptible to those laws. That's all I'll say about that.
Alrighty, and then I added one other discussion. This was on the organizational meeting in November. And I talked with Dr. Moore about this because when I became chair last year, it just went into the chair, I thought about having the organizational meeting first, where the new chair is nominated, and then you go into the workshop, and then you go into the business meeting, so that new chair doesn't have to go directly from one chair to the other and then run the business meeting if a new chair is selected. So, Dr. Moore, you want to talk a little bit about that? I did discuss a little bit with you, your thoughts.
Through the chair, I think what you're referencing is last year, we had the organizational meeting during the day, elected the chair, and then that evening, we had the board meeting. And that afforded whoever the chair is the opportunity in between those two meetings.
Yes.
The opportunity to review the script, preparing for those of you who have facilitated a meeting. It is not an easy task, so turning over a script with all of the information regarding public comment and the process that we use, it is a big task. So if you've never served as a chair walking into it, even if you were a chair last year or 2 years ago, the systems that we use now are much tighter, but it would require a little bit of training. So if it's the desire of the board, we have not noticed these meetings yet. We will be noticing them first thing tomorrow as I'm looking at Dorian. We could have the organizational meeting at noon, and then maybe at 12:45 have the the workshop and the business meeting at the regular time. And that would afford the opportunity for the chair to prepare in between meetings.
Any comments on that?
I think it's a good idea.
Mr. Barefoot, you good with that?
I think it is a good idea to try and jam everything in.
It's hard.
And to start the business meeting, or to have the organizational meeting before the business, doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Ms. Rosario, Dr. Posca, you okay with that? Give them a little bit of time to prepare.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rosario?
No comment.
Okay. All righty. I think that is it. I want to.
No.
No, wait a minute now. Okay. Let me get to my paper here. Yes. Ms. Berenborg. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I had an item, board member comments, but I believe you have a speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to talk about board member comments. Through the chair, we just got to see when a board member addresses someone in the audience. It kind of rude. But let's go back to previous board meetings. And through the chair, I've listened time after time and heard, well, the superintendent just does nothing. Well, the superintendent waits 6 months. Through the chair, I think that's very disrespectful for a board member to acknowledge our superintendent and say to do nothing. And that was in a previous meeting. And I quote, and that was verbatim, that if we don't tell him specifically, he'll do nothing. That's our school board meeting. That's how school board members speak to the superintendent that's in charge to run the school district of Indian River County. So I just want to remind people that we talk about ethics for a board member, and it's perfectly fine to be civil and respond back to the community. But again, at a public meeting, this is what we let the community hear. That is absolutely a fallacy to say that our superintendent does nothing. Look around. We're one of the #1 school districts across the state of Florida. So apparently, through the chair, he must be doing something.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Ms. Berenborg.
Yeah, in today's workshop that we had, which wasn't really a workshop, it was a training on Robert's Rules. The trainer had a comment, and I commented on it, which said that board members, for example, should speak 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, which at a time, so that it's fair to all board members and there's a lively discussion versus one person going on and on and on and on and on, and the rest of us kind of nodding off and then forgetting what our point is. So right now, I see 8 minutes on there, but if you go to your handbook that we all have on our dais, and you look at page 7, under meeting expectations in the middle of the page, the second bullet says, during board business meetings, each school board member has a right to initially present on a discussion or action item up to 10 minutes. And I don't know where we changed it to 8. And then Following the initial presentation of the item, each board member may initially comment on the topic for up to 3 minutes. The discussion will continue in round-robin fashion until the discussion is complete. The board chairperson asks for a vote, or a board member calls the question without interrupting another board member. So I will be bringing an action item to the next board meeting that says I would like to amend this procedure. I guess it is a procedure. Or is it a protocol under here? Is it a protocol? I'd like to amend that protocol to say, I think 5 minutes is reasonable. She suggested 3, 4, or 5. We're supposed to be at 10, so I'd like to say 5. And that way it's a lively discussion between board members versus one board member monopolizing the conversation and the rest of us not really responding right away. I think it would be better for the whole board to act as a team that way and have lively discussion versus a long diatribe.
Thank you. Any comments, any response to that discussion?
Have we had somebody go past 8 minutes in the last 6 months to a year? I don't think we've gotten close to that.
Yes, we have.
When was that?
I don't have it memorized.
I don't remember ever seeing that. I mean, it sounds like we're trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist.
Oh, it does.
All right, well, that would be an action vote. We can talk about it then, so.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm just letting you know I'm going to bring it.
Ms. Rosario?
Well, what we talked about is any action item should come to us in a workshop.
Yeah.
So if that's an item that comes to us in a workshop, then we can talk about it then.
Sure, yeah. It'll come to the next workshop.
All righty.
Thank,
Just
since
another-
it's mine, I'd like to finish
Okay,
up.
go ahead.
I'd just like to thank the trainer today for saying that most boards do that, and we don't. And so I think for the fact that it's a lively discussion back and forth, we should be fair to each other. And 5 minutes, I think, is more than fair.
Okay, Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, she also said that we create our own rules. And so if we already have rules and there's no need to fix anything that's not broken,
Oh, I think it's
then
broken.
there's no need to do that. And so I only see this as a way of stifling the voice of board members. This is just a way of shortening what you have to say. I don't want to hear it, and so speak less. That's all that it is.
Okay, we can talk about that at the workshop.
It's the same way of trying to shut down citizen comments. It's the same thing. It's just another view of how to shut people down when you don't want to hear what they have to say.
Dr. Jones.
All right, go ahead,
Just
Ms.
one thing I
McKay.
want to say before we get into this in a workshop. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is to take turns 5 minutes at a time. You can keep taking those turns, but I think it's fair that we have a 5-minute versus a 10-minute, which is what we have in our protocol. And I don't know how it became 8 minutes.
Okay, Dr. Posca?
So it sounds like from the policy you just read that the initial presentation is 10 minutes. After that, it's 3 minutes. Is that correct? So you just said we're going to go round robin at 5 minutes. So you want to expand the time?
No, I want to start it with 5 minutes and go to 3 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so it's different than what you just said.
I'm sorry. But I'm not bringing it for a vote, so it's okay that
Yeah.
I misspoke.
Yeah.
It'll come to the next discussion.
All righty, now, if we're all good with that, we are school board member matters. Mr. Barefoot, I'm calling on you just to tell us how you're doing, and glad you're
Well,
here.
I thought I was doing all right before 3.5 hours ago, but at any rate, the only thing I would like to bring to people's attention is on Wednesday at 10 o'clock, the Metropolitan Planning Organization has a very important meeting, and you've read in the paper the discussions around the twin pairs.
Yeah.
And on Wednesday, there will be another discussion where you have the 5 county commissioners, and then I think 2 or 3 Vero Beach City Council members, and then representatives from Fellsmere. In my case, I represent the school board. And it's something I trust you're all paying attention to, but if you're not, you should. I think this is a very important decision and it's got to be decided soon. I forget the exact time frame. And you've got an election in the city of Vero Beach, and if you don't live in the city, I mean, I happen to live in Indian River Shores, but if you don't vote in the city, you still should be paying attention because it's going to impact everybody.
Yes.
So I don't have anything to report. except that pay attention. It's one of the more important meetings and votes that by the members who are asked to vote on a recommendation as to what happens with the Route 60 headed east.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario?
I just wanted to also talk a little bit about this morning's groundbreaking ceremony. It was wonderful to be there and to see Mr. Graves and his family honor their son in this particular way by donating this land to us. It's really very honoring. They are a couple who are very strong together, and obviously their family unit is very strong. And I can't even imagine what they went through, but to know that they have a heart for the community as they do, and to collaborate with us in this particular way is just really wonderful. So I hope that I'm sure that we won't disappoint in honoring their son's memory and legacy in this particular way. And obviously the Bill and Billy Wilson family for being there at the ground ceremony. We went through all of the congratulations on everyone else earlier who participated and who allowed this to actually occur. So I won't read through those names, but that was a wonderful opportunity. I know that this past week there were lots of schools who had their homecoming events, parades, and their dances. Everything went off without a hitch. So I know a lot of students were sharing some great pictures, so I'm glad that they all had a wonderful time. And then last weekend, I went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and there was a tour of the actual school before it is demolished. The court case is completed now, and it was put together by father of one of the students who lost their lives during that tragic event. To say that it was sad is an understatement. It is exactly the same as it was when the event happened. They've preserved it as is because it was an ongoing court case. Obviously, it was still an investigation. The main point of it all was, what could you do differently to make sure that this never happens again? So school safety obviously is a big point for us, and I have to say, there were a lot of takeaways for me, and way too many to discuss, during this time. But if you have an opportunity to see the building and walk through all of the steps that even the shooter took and walked his way through the building, you'll see the impact and the purpose, and you'll want to really look at our safety and our security, you will, through different eyes. And so that's what I came away with that event. It was powerful. It was by invitation only, from what I understand. I think a lot of elected officials and police officers, law enforcement, a lot of, I think the city mayors and senators and some other people, there were different time slots in which you could attend. So you were constantly in this rotating. They did a wonderful job, wonderful job. And so it was something that really changed me walking through there, not knowing exactly what to expect. And so I hope and pray that we never have to experience something like that, ever, that no one else would ever have to experience something like that.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. Dr. Posca?
Yeah, so I also attended the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tour, which was, the tour was run by the prosecuting state attorney, and he walked us through the steps of the shooter and really broke down, in many ways, the security and safety failures of the school, which were numerous. And, I'm not going to go through listing all of them, but I couldn't help but come back to, on day one, when I met with the cabinet, I explained that safety and security was my number one priority. To me, it's the most important thing because you really can't learn if the environment isn't safe. And as we've gone, over the last year, we have made strides to improve our security over what we've done in the past as a board. But I couldn't help sitting there during the tour and seeing the aftermath of what happened. I couldn't help but feel, upon reflecting, that really I'm going to share what I said in our last meeting, where there were multiple board members missing in the last security meeting. When I shared that I felt that as a board we've been criminally negligent over the last 4 years leading up to this point, because there are so many different security features. We could start with something visible from the street, the fence, and when I got here, I'm not sure the board knew what the proper fence height even was, because clearly it was never addressed. So, I take security very seriously. We can't keep spending on all these other things until we get our schools as safe as they can be. And one of the things that the commission that came out of that shooting recommended is that no school should have one good guy with a gun in the school. It is really not a sufficient number of people. It was discussed at the tour. I don't know if anyone other than Jackie had the opportunity to go to that. But basically the idea that one person with a gun on that campus, every school shooting in grade school ends within 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So if you're expecting the cavalry to arrive to help save the day, that's clearly not the plan in place. We need to have the assets on site to fix the problem. And, I feel my concern is that when we do all these security meetings behind closed doors and those who come and show up, participate, it's all, in secret, and the community can't actually understand what's going on. And I feel like as a board, you've hidden behind the secrecy of it. And because of that, it has enabled you to spend money on things that were flashy and fun and the community liked. But we have to focus on the needs, and the needs are to get our security to where they need to be.
Thank you, Dr. Posca. A few things, just on that aspect. I went to Child Care Resources. They had a speaker who used to be with the CIA, was he, Dr. Moore, CIA?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, on safety for preschool students, and that's not anything I had seen before, and it was really, really good. As we've talked about, both homecoming parades were great. Crown Jewel, again, a great event for our students. The Wabasso Inclusion Walk with Storm Grove joining them this year was excellent. Wabasso always does a great job with that. The Halloween activity trunk or treat for our pre-K, and a lot of our departments participated in that. And they were all, yes, there was a little candy, but they all learned something too. They all learned something. Going back for a while, legislative delegation, great job by Dr. Moore that day. College game day at the the college game day when we had the students band, cheerleaders, recognizing the band and the athletes. That's always fun. And visiting schools with the Learning Alliance, the Moonshot School, VBE and Rosewood Magnet, getting into several classrooms was great. And the community leaders, Quail Valley, had a great speaker. When he started talking, he kept thinking about alternative school and career and what can we do. And they have a new site, 54,000 square feet in Fort Lauderdale, just working with younger people and their patents and what they can do differently in education. And I got an invite to Beachland PTA and their work for students. I don't get to a lot of PTA meetings, but these parents work so very, very hard, just like all of our other volunteers. So it's been busy. The Day of Caring, which was at Dodgertown. Ms. Rosario was there, myself, Dr. Moore, a lot of staff members. I went to IRA, and my husband and I helped with the groundskeeping there. And as Ms. Rosario said, this ceremony this morning with the Wilson family and the Grays family really talked about what a community partnership can do. And no, we don't mention his name quite a bit, but Mr. Bass with the company that did our football field, our beach volleyball, and now our track. They've done a great job, and they are moving so quickly Your goal and Dr. Moore's goal was to get it ready for track season, so we'd finally have a home track for these kids. And I'm gonna push that FHSA to get a state event here maybe some year. I've been to Economic Development Council Executive Roundtable, and again, I know we talked about it, but Senator Mayfield and Representative Brackett, they did a great job of helping us get that money, along with Mr. Hart, and asking of all that, and Miss Emerson. So, any
Doc?
Yes.
Can I speak?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I saw you grabbing the gavel.
I was going to go that way first. I'm sorry. Go ahead, honey.
I too went to the Child Care Resources event that we were all invited to, and I know Doc, when I went, the CIA, no, he was Secret Service, not CIA.
Was he Secret Service?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he had an interesting background with Secret Service for a president, and
Yeah, it was.
really had some great insight as to some things that we need to consider. So talk about safety. You know, I've been to every safety meeting there is, except for this last one, because I had a family emergency. So sometimes that happens. And what I'd like to see more of is board members going in to walk our schools, because that's just as important why we're up here. It's safety first, yes. But what is happening actually in our public schools? Not what is perceived to be happening, but what is actually happening. So one of the things that I did was, you know, I try to go to as many events as I can. I am not fully retired like you, so I try to make as many as I can. But the inclusion walk, where Storm Grove came over to Obasso and they walked together, I got my steps in that day, and it was awesome. But it was nice to see that camaraderie with the kids. Of course, the Graves groundbreaking this morning I had to teach, but I got there at the end, and it was the first time I actually got to see what was actually happening behind that fence. So it was nice to see that we're actually seeing an outline of a track already. There are so many groups that helped put that together, and of course the Wilsons and the Graves. Thank you to them and to our legislators for helping us with that. Homecoming parade was cute. It's nice that they're bringing those back, so we really appreciate that. And of course, Vero Beach High School football, I went to that game and it was awesome. I went to PTA meeting, got invited to, and you know, we get invited to a lot of different things, but I had never really been to a PTA meeting other than when I was a parent or a principal, so it was interesting to see kind of what's going on now with PTAs. They're very together. And I did attend today the Federal Relations Subcommittee for FSBA. We are no longer associated with the National FSBA Association that we used to be associated with because of political reasons. And now we're associated with COSPA, I think it's called. Don't ask me what that stands for right now. But one of the things that you're going to see is a letter that they want to devise on behalf of our state to the federal legislators. And one of the items in there is about the putting on the forefront the vaping epidemic. And so I was so happy, of course, to hear about that, because I'm always trying to, you know, what can we do about the vaping? So they want, and one of the suggestions I said is, you know, data. I do know I spoke to a Representative Brackett about that again today, and he said that's on his forefront as well, the vaping, among other things. So those are kind of just the items that I've been dealing with for the last week.
All right, thank you. Dr. Moore, Superintendent, any more? Closing?
I just want to thank staff who are still here and look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to work. There you go, Mr. Fagan. You all continue to set the example, regardless of your area of responsibility. The line is growing extremely long for districts who want to come in and see the work that each of you lead. So I can't thank you all enough for the work that you're doing. And ultimately, no better compliment than them coming in to try to learn for the work that you do each and every single day. So it is strong, it is powerful, it is absolutely outstanding work.
Thank you. Okay, board member, need a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. This meeting is adjourned at 9:44 PM. Thank you for coming.